Hello everyone, good evening and welcome to ForcedGamersDnD where me and a bunch of friends we play D&D. And as you all know by now, probably, maybe, we named ourselves after our own local game store, the Game Force in Eindhoven, the Netherlands. In support during Corona period, we decided to start up this online stream and create a little bit of, not publicity, but at least wait, ooh, fancy new cards. Unfortunately, normally this would be the moment I would advertise that we have one-shot evenings. Um, but stuff is still closed here in the Netherlands, unfortunately, very sadly. So now more than ever, support your local game store. Very important because those are probably one of the stores that are being hit the hardest, together with like restaurants and stuff, because everything has to close down like every 4 or 5 months, and everyone is feeling it after 2 years already. So support each other, support your local game store, support your friends, your family, and let's get through this together. Um, we have something new in chat. If you're already watching, we added a nightbot. You can type exclamation point commands on Twitch, and you get a list of commands. You can like when we roll a net 20 or net 1, you can put something in chat. You can do some exclamation to some of the characters if they do some stupid shit.
Which is
Um,
like always anyway.
yeah, basically
I
to
love
create
Corks. Corks is the best.
to create a little bit more viewer participation. So thanks Emily for that, who's managing that. One last thing, you probably noticed that we are missing Roald. We're missing Akira. He had some personal dealings to deal with, and so unfortunately he will not be joining us tonight. But hopefully he will join us next time. I also want to wish everyone a happy New Year because this is the first stream of the year. And let's see what this next year of adventure is going to bring us.
Less Corona,
So
hopefully.
less Corona, hopefully, unless it's
Yeah.
in my fridge. So without further ado,
Oh, the beer.
start. Yeah. Let's start with a little recap. After having to flee Fort Emperors due to some unfortunate circumstances,
Unfortunate.
a little group of adventurers landed in Jericho, a small backwater town full of smugglers, where they met Michael, who they delivered General Gurf to. Knowing what kind of psychopath Michael was, he tortured the general, and he basically causing the group to decide to later that evening to put the general out of his misery. The next day, they met with a tabaxi called Winds of Winter, who offered them a job escorting him to Arcona. They took the job, they prepared themselves for the trek through the desert, but not before Quake got lucky with a barmaid. The desert trek, however, was not without perils. They got attacked on multiple occasions, first by a dune mimic. There was an adult brass dragon, apparently Winds of Winter, as they now know him as Jadara, had been withholding some information from the group, much to their disappointment. Not only was he carrying illicit substances, but also a brass wormling. With only a couple more days left of travel and the third month of spring having just started, during the late hours of their travel early in the morning, Zilmoira saw something that shocked her, a male and female furbolg standing on top of a hill dune. Rushing towards them, with Quake right behind her trying to stop her, a female figure with wings rushed towards them. Where we left off. So we are going to start with rolling initiative.
Rip.
I mean,
Here we go.
I don't mind rolling initiative again, but I remember that we rolled initiative
sick.
already.
Did we already roll?
I think so. I rolled a natural one. That's why I remembered. I mean, I don't mind re-rolling.
Don't have anything written down, so just
Sure.
let's just re-roll it and see what comes up.
Oh, as
But
another
first-
as another reminder, I have a
very bad.
point of exhaustion, and
Yeah.
Oh.
Lul.
I have 8 points of damage already
Oh.
because
How did you get the damage again? I forgot about that.
of the creature that's hurtling towards me finagled my brain.
She got psychic damage from the hallucination that she was experiencing.
Yep.
All right. Almost forgot.
All right.
Which
So
checks
who?
with my initiative, so.
All right. Who got 20 or higher?
I can never get 20 or higher ever.
I roll really bad.
Between 15 and 20.
I did, actually. Oh no, never mind. I got 14. But that's not...
Right. 10 to 15. So that's 14 for Hakan.
11.
Let me roll for Akira real quick. Does he have on Dex +0? All right. You had 11?
Yes.
So that's fake. 5 to 10?
Wait, is there only one harpy? Oh. That's not too bad.
And 0 to 5.
Yeah, I rolled a 4.
3.
Oh boy.
Great.
What is your dexterity modifier, Cork?
A 0.
All right. So we have Cork and Bill. All right. So at the start, there was this creature rushing towards Silmoira in a surprise round. So she is gonna make a single attack against her before we are going into initiative order. She makes 2 claw attacks against you.
Fuck.
The first one is a 7 to hit, so that's probably gonna
no.
miss. Let me quickly check. Oh, you're just charmed by the mirage. She doesn't have advantage on the attacks against you.
Oh, I
He's
just
sick.
have disadvantage on everything else.
Yeah, the second was an 8, so that also misses.
Yes.
So
yes.
you're like down on your knees next to your hallucination. Quake, you're like right next to her. You have no idea whatever she's doing, but you see this creature come towards her, slashing with 2 claws. Missing, apparently, which is weird.
Oh.
Let's see. At the top of the initiative, see there's more than one. You see, you're in like this cliffy, rocky terrain. And you see all these alcoves, and one of them, you see another one come flying out of.
Another one.
And
Another
another
one.
one. And another one.
Is rushing straight towards Hakan.
Ooh.
What's he gonna do? Hit me?
She's gonna make 2 slashing attacks against you as well. Yeah.
Alright, what's the roll?
Quick, pop into
Right.
your shield.
So against Silmoira, I rolled a 2 and a 3, +5, so they both missed. So I'm going up on the dice. I rolled a 4, so that's a 9 to hit on the first attack. I'm gonna roll a 5 now. This is insane.
You
Yes.
need a dice jail.
I do. No, I rolled a 3 again. Wow.
Yes, keep using
Putting a
that.
dice in prison won't make the rolls higher.
Yeah, those are
I said it.
those are player dice, not DM
So-
dice.
So this second harpy that comes up as well just slashes, hits you both in the shield. You're pretty sure you feel a nail snapping. She's now right in your face, and it's your turn. Come, it's your turn.
My turn?
Yes.
Yeah, you had
I
the
was-
highest initiative for once.
What? I'm a fucking minus modifier on my initiative. Anyway, I would like to use Shillelagh on my staff bonus action. And then I would like to Smack that guy in the face actually with my staff.
It's a girl. Let's not misgender her.
I mean, everyone's a guy to me. Even women are guys.
Oh.
That's
It's a flying
interesting.
bird.
It's a gender neutral term at this point. At least the way I use it. Same goes for dudes.
All right.
Anyway,
Trying to smack
I wanna
a
hit
bitch
him.
up. You try.
All right. Let's roll. I want to use him with the staff, by the way, with the staff of withering. So I'm gonna roll now, and that is a 19.
19 hits.
All right, sweet. Can I get? Alrighty. So 19 hits. So that is. Do I need to do the effect first? Yes. You can spend one. I want to use a charge with a staff. You have to roll a DC Constitution saving throw.
Let's see. That would be Constitution. That's a 14.
Alrighty. I have rolled 11 necrotic damage plus 1d8 plus 4. 10 regular bludgeoning damage.
So that's
It's 21 damage.
21 total.
Yes.
Nice.
Alrighty then. It's a harder surface to do this on. Right, so it rushed towards you, claws raking your shield. You spun around, hit her square in the shoulder, and you see like this necrotic energy just pulls through her shoulder into one of her wings. She screeches, looking fairly hurt, but still like flapping in your face.
Right.
All right. Let's see. Then the harpy next to Zilmoira is again.
Ah, crap.
She launches herself up 15 feet into the air. Circles around a little bit. You do get an attack of opportunity if you want to.
Oh, wait. Do I notice her in my delusion?
You do, yes.
Okay.
Still see the delusion. You still see the mirage lying
Okay.
there on the ground. But you do notice that
Okay.
there's like a creature flapping around you.
So basically, I'm now trying to protect my parents from the harpy. So yes, I will take an attack of opportunity against them. With my great axe. I did take my mutagen potion this morning, so I have a extra plus 3 on it, but with disadvantage, that's a 6 plus 5 is 11 plus 3 is 14.
14 hits.
Nice.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
That is 5, 6, 7, 10 damage.
10 damage. As
Nicely
it's
done.
flying out of reach, screeching at you. You see it starts to flap her wings in a 15-foot cone towards both you and Quake.
Hey.
You
Of course.
both need to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Quake didn't even do anything wrong.
And this is a save, not an ability check, right?
This is safe, yes.
Oh yeah, Nick, did the guy that I hit with the staff get the save or not?
Con save, right?
It had a 14 on the Constitution
That's
save.
a fail then.
Right.
Con save, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, con save
I have
for you and Zilmoira.
18.
18 is a success.
I don't get advantage or something, do I?
Nope.
Natural 1.
Oh,
alright.
nat 1 in chat.
Was that for a?
That means, Quake, you are blinded until this harpy's next turn.
Oh, what?
As it's flapping its wings, like the powerful force of the wind that she's creating is like puffing up this very small Really call it a sandstorm, but like sand is getting into your eyes.
Basically,
that-
gust.
Just for one round, though, right?
Basically.
Just for one round, though, right?
Yeah, until the harpy's next turn, and then it
Oh.
rushes between you and makes a claw attack as her second. Against Quake, that's a 16 to hit.
Nope.
All right, so she rushes towards you. Like in your blindness, you still try to deflect it, and she like, she just barely misses.
I want to be honest. Doesn't she have advantage? Because I'm blinded.
Attack rolls against creatures also have advantage. Yes. That's a 19 to hit then.
That's exactly my armor class.
All right.
Wait, you're
that
not in armor?
is
Yes, 19.
Jeez.
7. That's 9 slashing damage as she rakes open your arm, like from shoulder to elbow.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Up next is Jadara, who was also hallucinating, and Akira tried to stop him in his tracks, but he managed to wrench himself free as he rushes forward. You guys have no idea what he is looking at. Pookie is coming with him, though no idea what's going on, as a third creature reveals itself.
Ah, crap.
God damn.
Which Shadara doesn't notice yet. However, Pookie does, so Pookie is going to try and make an attack against it.
That
Go
name, though.
Pookie. Go
Nothing
Pookie.
wrong with the name. She's going to try and bite it and succeeds. For a grand total of 7 damage on copy number 3.
I'm wondering though, why does Amigo, our donkey, have such a fierce icon on the map?
It was like the
It's
basic.
like the only donkey that's
animal.
available anywhere. It's never any other donkeys to get.
All right, Quake, you're up.
Okay, so I'm still blinded.
Yes, you are.
I guess I'll try to hit the lady in front of me.
Donkey!
All right.
So I have to roll with disadvantage, right? Well, that doesn't matter because I roll again a natural 1 on my first roll.
no.
So well,
Like
second-
wildly flailing with your arms, trying to get this
well,
creature.
I'm using my quarterstaff, but still, I
mean,
totally
we
missed
are
it.
getting a lot of use out of the net 1 prompt.
Yes, just get him out of the way now. It's fine. Okay, so second attack. Oh,
Easy.
okay, 17.
17
Oh.
does hit.
I rolled a net 20 first, but it's disadvantage. So
Yeah.
17. That is
The waste of a net 20.
yes, 9 damage.
Right?
Okay. Bonus action. Flurry of blows.
Right?
So that's 2 more attacks. Still with disadvantage, right?
Yes.
Does a 12 hit?
A 12 just hits.
Okay. That's 7 damage. And I'm gonna spend another key point for stunning strike.
She rolls a 11 on her save.
Then she fails.
Right, so copy number 2 is stunned.
I still have 1 attack left. So second one, 17, that hits
Yes.
for another 7 damage.
It was a straight roll, right? Because disadvantage and advantage.
Oh right.
Sleep.
Oh, then yeah. Well, still, no, it wasn't natural 20 at least.
Right.
Rolled a 19, but I don't crit on a 19, so
Right. All right. Do you want to move or do you stay put?
I'll stay put for now.
Right. Next up is Akira, who sees Jadara and Pookie rushing towards the other harpy. He jumps down, goes in for the attack, using his bonus action to shift, gaining 8 temporary hit points, and using his longsword to make 2 one-handed attacks against the creature. Let's see what his bonus is. +7. First is a 13, so that hits. Second is another 13, so that also hits. For a total of 10, 18 slashing damage on that one. Right, harpy number 2 and number 3 are looking bloodied. They are getting their due. Let's see. Behind you, Quake, there is fourth one.
Oh my god.
How many are there? What?
No!
It's a murder. They're not crow. They're not crows, but
Uh-huh.
I mean, our harpy's a murder too, I guess. I don't
however,
know.
this one flies high up in the air. I use a light green circle for that. She goes 40 feet up into the air. Let's see. Because Zilmoira is affected by 2. Dara is affected by number 3.
Okay, I don't want to be a rule person here, but wasn't the one I hit also 15 feet in the air when she did her wing attack?
She was, but she came towards you to claw attack you after.
Oh yeah, right.
She came within reach.
Okay.
Let's see. Orc. Can you roll a wisdom saving throw for me, please?
Alrighty. Alright. It's gonna be one of those days. A wisdom, right?
Yes.
7.
7. All right. So you're like staring around you. Orange circle doesn't really work. I'm gonna use purple on you.
Sure.
You're looking around, seeing what the battlefield, what is happening, and you look behind you and you see this very imposing figure. Let's use this for that real quickly, so you know where it kind of is. You see this very imposing Minotaur figure who looks kind of like your automaton, and he's basically bellowing at you that you are worthless, and that you
Wow.
are
No.
that you're not what he expected. You are affected by the second harpy's, by the first harpy's luring image. Meaning you are charmed.
I mean, could they summon something nice instead?
Hey, it's quite charming.
This guy's so mean. Why is he so mean?
He's basically like your hero telling you you're worthless. But you're charmed by it, and you have to use your action to dash towards it. And what happens after that, we'll see.
Right, I guess I'll do exactly that. I'll move.
It's not your turn yet though, but on
Oh,
your turn you have to use
yeah,
your
cool.
action to
Yeah.
move towards it.
Right, I'm second last.
Let's see. Then it is Harpy number 3's turn. who is going to use her sand attack as well against the 3 in front of her. Akira saves. He does not.
No, Pookie.
And Jadara also does not.
Oh no. Not with
So,
that person.
so we'll use. Oh, Akira saved. We'll use yellow for being blinded for now. And then it's going to make a second claw attack against Akira, which misses,
Good.
which is fantastic.
Don't
And
kill the
then
player that isn't here.
and it tries to move around a little bit out of reach, provoking an opportunity attack of Kira, who doesn't crit on a 19, I believe. Let me quickly check.
Is he a champion or not? Do you know what subclass
It's
he is?
only it's only
Oh,
it's
he's
only
a.
champion that crits on
Is he a
19.
samurai?
Yeah, he's a samurai, I
Yeah.
think.
Right. So, but he does hit. So he's gonna deal. Let's see. That's 9 total. Am I doing my math correct? No, I'm not doing my math correct. Right. Pookie gets one with disadvantage, which misses, and Jadara. Wow. All right. That sucks balls. All right. Of their
Good to
opportunity
know.
attacks miss. So Cork is up next. You are incapacitated and have to use your movement towards the hallucination.
Free. Yeah, I spent free movement to move next to the Minotaur.
Right. The moment you come within range, the hallucination bellows. You take 4 psychic damage and suffer a point of exhaustion.
Oh no, not you as
Oh.
well.
That sucks. Alright.
Yeah,
That's
I know that feel, bro. I know that feel.
And at the end of your turn, you can re-roll your saving throw.
1. I'm kind of thinking my construct would probably notice that I'm hurt, right?
It is psychic damage, so it's not as much visual, but it probably notices that you're acting weird.
Fair. So it's probably going to 1, 2, 3, 4, and attack the thing that attacked
1,
me,
2,
basically.
3, 4.
Well, does the
But
automaton see the thing though?
others don't see your hallucination.
Oh, right.
You're the only one seeing that.
Yeah, I guess it's. Ah, crap. He's gonna move next to the harpy
I'll
then.
use this one for Zilmoira's hallucination. Use this one for Shadara's hallucination. All right.
Right. We're all having a great time. Now, my
Yes.
construct is moving next to the other harpy. Harpy
All right.
number 4, I believe. Yeah. Because that's the closest enemy he can see, and then he attacks.
All right.
14?
14 hits.
Alrighty. Oh, that's a D10.
Shadara didn't get an opportunity attack, by the way, because he's incapacitated.
That's 7 force damage.
7 force damage against Harpy number 4.
Yeah, and only has 1 attack. Yeah, so that's about it.
Right. At the end of your turn, you can make another wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. That's 7 still.
Fortunately, the mirage remains. Let's see. Zilmoira.
Yeah, is the harpy low or did it fly up again? I forgot.
Well, it is within reach,
Okay.
but because of the mirage, you are incapacitated.
But I could do an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, I kind of made a mistake there.
Oh, okay.
I'll let it slide because it was my own
Okay.
mistake.
Yeah,
I
fair.
had to read the thing properly.
Okay.
So
I'm feverishly
Wisdom?
bandaging my parents.
yes,
Wisdom
yes.
save?
It is a wisdom save at the
Well,
end of your
technically
turn.
you're bandaging the sand, but sure.
Yes, it looks very weird from your perspective.
Yeah.
Yes, I figured. Well, I can't see because I'm blinded.
Natural 20!
All right. As you're like on your knees, you're bandaging your parents, and all of a sudden, like this whoosh of wind passes through, and all you have in your hands is sand, and no parents in sight. Look around, as like this bright moment comes to you. You're like, oh fucking god.
Yeah.
That is your turn, unfortunately.
That's fine.
So back at the top of the initiative, Harpy number 4 is who is Khan. You
Yes.
make a no wait, you already saved against this Harpy, so she's not gonna use it on you. So she's just going to use her wings to create a sand attack. So you can make a Constitution saving throw for me. And
Yes.
is the automaton immune against being blinded?
Constitution saving throw. That's
Yes.
+3. Let's see. That is 20.
Right.
I think that's a. I think I got it right.
Yeah, 20 passes. The automaton is not being immune to being blinded, so he has to make a Constitution saving throw as well.
Kinda weird that a construct can be blinded.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just checked.
Fair, it has cameras. If it has sands in the cameras,
Yes, eyes.
eyes,
Right.
cameras, then
Magical vision things.
yeah, sensors.
Can you roll a Constitution saving throw for the automaton?
Yeah. Wait, I think that's. What kind of check is it?
It's a Constitution saving throw.
No, against. Is it a charm thing?
No, it's from the sand attack. It's against being blinded.
Oh, right. It rolls a 17.
17. He also succeeds. And she follows up it with a single claw attack, not with advantage, which is a 9 on Hakan, which probably misses.
I think you know that fails.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. But it is your turn again.
Sweet. Let me. I'm gonna bonk that guy again. I think. It's still in my range, right?
Yeah.
I'll just hit him again, but this time with a normal spell. Let's see, just a regular attack roll. That is a 22. Now I roll for damage. That is 1d8 plus 4. That is 5 damage.
5 damage.
That was not very good. And then I have a bonus action. Is anybody like really damaged?
Not yet.
All right.
Quake had like a little bit of damage.
And I had a little bit.
It's fine though, I'll survive.
Yeah, same.
Then I will not heal. And that's my actually I will throw out a healing word regardless. I will throw one on Quake. Because Quake's always dying.
Yeah, Quake's always.
That is 6 healing.
Ooh, nice.
It's
That
next
would
up
be a
is
good quote. I'll write it down. For the people
Quake's
in
always
chat,
dying.
I want to add a quote command. That's gonna be one. Quake is always dying.
Bruno.
Quake is like the Usain Bolt of dying. He's so.
Okay, Quake is like
Two
the
hits.
correction. Quake is like the Usain Bolt of dying.
He's so fast.
right. Are you gonna stay put or are you gonna move?
I'm gonna stay put. I don't care.
All right.
You can poke me
Harpy,
upside the head all day. I don't give a fuck.
harpy number 2, her stun fades, but she can't do anything.
No, the stun fades after my end of my turn.
End of your turn.
End of my turn.
Damn. Alright, so she's still stunned for now. So she can't do anything. Jadara has to make a save for the wisdom. Is he gonna
Did he
make
make one? Did he make one last turn?
He did, but he failed it.
Okay.
And he fails it again. So I mean, you're all kind of busy, but Akira is like right in front of him, and Jadara is just like on his knees, making like begging against someone to return to him in some way. Ki, however, moves towards the creature and makes an attack roll with disadvantage, which I think, yeah, it hits. For 11 damage. That's pretty good, though. One, like, Pookie, like, jumps at it blindly and just, like, tears, like, part of her collarbone off in one bite. And, like, this blood smear just is dripping all over this harpy's body, like, on the ground, staining the sand. And then you're up, Quake. You are no longer blinded because you were only blinded until the harpy's next turn, so you can see again.
Ooh. All right. Well, I think I'll start by hitting the harpy in front of me.
All right.
That's a fair idea. I have advantage, right? Yeah, because he's stunned.
You do. Is it stunned until your end or start of your turn?
When you hit with a melee weapon, you can spend 1 key point to make a target stunned until the end of your next turn.
All right, so you do have advantage on these attacks.
Okay, nice. The first one is a 20. That hits.
That definitely hits, yes.
That's 9 damage again.
All right.
Second attack. 26. Also
hits, yes.
7 damage.
All right.
Um,
This one also is like with both smacks of your quarterstaff, you feel like one of her bones in her lower arm. You just feel it snap, and a part of the bone just protrudes from the lower arm, screaming in agony and pain.
Bonus action attack again.
Right.
So that's 18 to hit.
Also hits.
And that's 10 damage.
Right. Like hits us square in the temple, and you see her dizzying a little bit, flapping her wings around, barely holding herself steady. She is looking very, very hurt.
Alright. The one behind me, the Desert Harpy 1, is that I believe? She's still in the air, right?
Yeah, she's 40 feet up.
I look at Zilmoira. Can I see that she is out of her hallucination?
Yeah, she's like no longer bandaging the sand. She's like looking up towards the creature, looking pretty angry, I would think.
I'll ask her, like, you good? And
I will
then
be.
Alright, then I'll move over to Hakan for now. She's almost... I'll let her get her revenge. That's 5, 10... Okay, and that's my turn for now.
Right, so her stun fades now, so she doesn't get an attack of opportunity. Akira is up next. Doing some maneuvering to get to the other harpy as well. Rolling 2 attacks, hitting the first, hitting the second. That's... what was the bonus you got again? 4, so that's 7 damage on the first, and that's 9 damage on the second. So with the first swing, he like cleaves off one of the wings, and the harpy just drops to the ground, bare neck, as he swings his longsword down in a one-handed swing, slashing her head off, rolling in the desert sand. Yeah, this one just dies.
Nice.
Let's see.
She literally bit the dust.
She did, yes. She did.
But dust.
One harpy that is like high up in the air surveys the battlefield a little bit. You hear her like screeching in this really unnatural sounding voice, not feminine at all. You're not sure what she is screaming, but she is fleeing. She rushes 80 feet away, maintaining the mirage, by the way.
She rushes
She's
80
dead.
feet away in the air. Okay.
She just dashes off screen. They're intelligent enough to know, like, nah.
I don't think we're
Runs.
gonna win this.
Orc, you're up next. The barrage is still maintaining. However, so you have to make a wisdom saving throw to see if it fades or not.
Let's hope for something above a 10. That's
It's pretty optimistic.
How much?
What?
15.
Nice.
15. All right. You like maybe not in tears, but you're feeling pretty shitty as this hallucination is like screaming at you, and
Yeah.
you're like in his face, and suddenly just evaporates into thin air as you're like staring into the sun, blinking your eyes like, what was that?
Huh.
Your automaton can take his turn now.
Yeah, that's my whole turn, right?
Yeah, the save is at the end of your turn.
Yeah, that's alright. Yeah, I guess he's gonna swipe at the Harpy 4.
All
That's
right.
natural 20.
Woohoo!
Nice.
Definitely
Woo!
hits.
Alright. And what rule do we use for natural 20s?
You can choose. Normally, I just double the dice.
Yeah.
If you roll a 1, it doesn't feel
yeah.
as shitty.
Yeah, let's double the dice. That seems fair enough. D8, D8. I don't have any D8s. Wait, I don't
How?
have any. Yeah, yes.
How many dice did you have?
Wow.
Roll twice.
It's 9. That's 11 force damage.
Alrighty then. Smacks the harpy like she's having a cough on her back, feeling like part of a wingspan break. Also looking pretty hurt.
Good.
Moira.
Wait.
Wait,
I guess I kind of turn to my automatron and scream, "Get her! Finish her!"
Finish
The rest of my
Finish
turn.
him.
Right. So Moira, you're up next.
Okay. I look up at this fucking beast. I
fun.
scream
Like-
at it.
Like an owl-like manner, she like cocks her head a little bit.
And I scream on the top of my lungs while raking my hand across my axe, giving it the slight lightning edge, and I try to hit it twice.
All right.
The first one isn't gonna hit because I still have disadvantage because I still have my point of exhaustion. So that was a 12.
12 just hits.
Ooh, okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Come on.
So, okay, I can reroll once in my...
Your point of exhaustion only gives disadvantage on ability checks, not on
Yes.
attacks.
An attack is an ability check.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
That is actually correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the first one is... it's not too good a damage. It's only 4 damage, damn it. The second...
Even with the lightning?
Oh,
More
I forgot the
damage?
lightning. Ha ha ha. Wait, how much was that again? 1d6? Crimson Rights? Yes. So that's for another 1 damage, so 5.
Right.
The other one rolled a 7 plus 8, so that definitely hits because it's more than it was. And that is 9 plus 5 is 12. 13 damage for the second hit.
All right. So your first swing, you like cleave this harpy like in her lower abdomen. She goes to the ground, basically already dead because she only had 4 hit points left.
Oh.
And with like you pull the axe back and with a downward swing, like decapitate both of her wings, like clip both of her wings off,
Mm.
like slowly flutter to the ground as her body comes after it in the sands.
Yay.
Nice.
Okay,
Finally.
do I do something else? 1, 2, 3. I will move over to number 4 as well. I'll just get in on what they're doing.
On the party.
Yeah.
All
On the mosh pit.
right. Harpy number 4 is up next.
When Moira arrives, I look back over my shoulder at the harpy corpse and just smirk a bit.
She is going to cone her sand attack, so Quake, Silmoira, and Hakan have to make Constitution saving throws.
Again?
Okay.
Stupid harpy.
Yes,
Tom
she's
Tom,
trying to blind you.
That is a
The
that's a
automaton
14.
doesn't
That's
have
a
to make
14
it.
save.
Saves. I'm rolling so terrible. I rolled a 6.
14 saves. 6 does not.
I get blinded.
Yeah, me
Right,
too.
so both Quake and Zilmoira get blinded, and after the harpy does that, she's trying to dash away. So you all do get an attack of opportunity though. Zilmoira and Quake with disadvantage.
2 6s,
Oh,
so that
oh,
hits.
Again, I rolled a natural 1. God damn it.
Oh my god.
I got a 12.
A 12.
Plus
Third one is
5
even for me. God
is
damn.
17 plus 1 electric damage, so 18 damage in 1 hit.
Oh,
Damn.
nice.
And that's not even a crit, y'all!
Ooh.
Alright.
Automatron also deals 7 damage.
Alright.
Force
Hakan?
damage. Not sure if that matters, but.
In this case it doesn't. Hakan?
On what?
The harpy is trying to get away. You get an attack of opportunity.
Sick. That is a 18.
Hits.
Come on, take her down.
Is she dead yet?
Well, say after you tell me how much damage you do.
Pretty
Ah,
sure she is.
damn it. Let's roll.
Got like 1 hit point
Say
left.
it's 10 damage. She dead, right?
Right. With your combined efforts, how do you want to finish this last harpy off?
Nice.
Pull it to the ground, right?
Yeah. I like hit her with my axe and I pull her down to the ground, and the rest of
And
you
then
just
I bonk her on the forehead.
Yeah, exactly. The rest of you just smack into her.
And then the automaton sits on her.
Squish.
I was kind of like imagining, like she turns around, you like swing your axe over her head, catching her in her shoulder, pulling her down so that she's like face up on the sand, getting bonked in the head by Hakan with his quarterstaff, and the automaton just finishing her off with like a suplex. He just jumps and just body slams
Just seeing a
her.
huge
Yes.
Minotaur
into the
automaton
sand.
ass coming toward her.
Mhm.
Like
Robot
you
ass.
hear this sickening crunch of her rib cage being
Ugh.
flattened, and the inside of her body just splashes across the sand. and she is super dead.
Nice.
Squish.
Nice.
Nice.
Alright.
4 harpies dealt with away.
Yeah. I like sink to my knees and I like take some sand in my hands and I'm like the sand falling through my hands and like what just happened? Like
Yeah, you guys okay?
No,
You
not
ran off
really.
all of a sudden.
No, I am certainly not okay.
At least we're all fine by the looks of it.
I thought I saw my parents. That's why I ran off.
Ah,
Ah, sorry.
It's okay. I'll find them some way or another.
These mirages are really weird.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
I didn't see anything either, but
This what the harpies of the desert do. They do not sing, they create hallucinations to lure you.
wouldn't that be a
Sure.
siren, not a harpy?
Depends.
Same thing, one lives on the ocean and the other on the desert. I don't care.
I don't agree with that.
Well
Christian.
then.
They're bitches and I do not care for them. So well done on taking them down.
I mean, we flattened one, so that's good. I say that like kind of point to the.
He like kind of walked up and was like, "Oh, so that is what I was stepping on. Oh, that's nasty."
Yeah. I go to the one harpy that gave me my what's it?
Hallucination.
Hallucination
I
and
don't even know which one did it though.
I
No,
start
no, I wonder.
I start plucking out some feathers to take with me.
I wonder though. Jadara is the Tabaxi. Has she like more humanoid feet or more paw-like?
It's a really weird question about feet. Do
She
we
was
want to answer
she was
this?
stepping in the harpy corpse, so I want to know if it's on her boots or on her feet.
Shadara first is male.
His.
His feet are he has boots, so you're not sure.
He's a
Okay.
puss in
Some
boots.
boots and cats, some boots and cats, some boots and cats.
He has a puss in boots. Yes.
Ah.
Okay.
Um.
I mean, do the boots then look like human shape?
They look fairly human shaped. Yeah.
Okay.
Why are you so fascinated by his feet?
I wanted
Yeah,
to know.
exactly. That's why I wanted to say I don't know.
I wanted
if you
to know
wanna
if he
answer
stepped
this.
in the harpy.
Right. I suggest moving.
Man.
I suggest as well. These were only 4. I would not be surprised if there were more. So let's get on back on the caravan and get the frick out of here. Yes.
Yeah.
That sounds like a plan. Yeah.
I take
I
like
do.
20 feathers.
That's fine.
Guess I'm also.
There are enough uncrumpled feathers on her wings that you can take. But quickly the caravan is like pulled back together, starts moving again.
Yeah, I'll take like 2 feathers and put them on my quarterstaff.
Ooh.
Cool. I put one feather in my cap.
No.
On his way to like tie up the caravan back, he like kicks the head that Akira chopped off, like kicks it, rolls over the sand a little bit. Stupid creatures.
Custom ghost.
You could say that, yes. If I may be so curious to ask, Zilmoira, you said you saw your parents. Cork seemed affected as well. Who did you see?
Well, my
Or what?
greatest hero scolding me, calling me names.
Oh, that
yeah.
is not a pleasant
No.
hallucination to have. No, most of the time harpies they use the images that are either that are emotionally the strongest tied to you.
Hmm.
The fear of you for this man.
Well, fear and respect. He's a great warrior, and well, we'll talk about it later by the campfire, maybe. Now it's not really the time.
Right, not a problem at all.
Campfire in the morning. Nice.
Yeah, like you're moving away a little bit, but the sun is already rising. The day is starting to heat up a little bit. Um,
Time to set up
So-
tents.
camp is made.
So do we get a long rest?
Hey,
Or short rest at least?
After you finish your rest, yes.
Long?
Depends on what you guys gonna do. Sleep is
Oh.
going to be had most likely, yes.
Well, at least short rest, because I want to heal the last my hit points.
This is cool. I like these. Nice
But
and
an encampment has been made. Shadara is like making dinner slash breakfast for you guys. Sitting next to the fire. All right, Cork, you were telling something, I believe.
yeah, this great general. I kind of made my machine construction in his likeness. He's the only. Well, I grew up around. I grew up around elves, so he's the only Minotaur I've ever actually kind of looked up to. Kind of father figure in a way. Even though I never met him, it's kind of weird.
That is interesting to have a father figure who does not know you.
Well, I mean, so are my actual parents, so.
Seems reasonable.
It's good to have someone to look up to at least.
It is, yes, very true.
I think that's what Kothos was when I got out. That's what I
Why are we getting all sentimental?
Because I just had a vivid visualization of my parents dying at my feet.
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad, yeah.
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 Because
It's always wise after an encounter with the desert harpies to aerate your heart a little bit. Because they show you stuff you would rather not see most of the time.
I'm a bit miffed I didn't get to see anything.
Well,
what-
you're lucky, old man.
Yeah. What do you think you would have seen?
Maybe it's a prophecy again.
Well, I can lay some cards for you.
I mean, a prophecy would most of the time be something that is possible to happen. However, me seeing my late wife, it would probably be impossible for me to ever see her alive again.
True.
So I would not
Yes.
count these as prophecies, my friend.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, but I mean, I've had prophetic visions in the past, so maybe I'll see a prophecy. Who knows?
But if they show you the worst thing you could ever imagine,
I don't even know what I'd imagine. Really. I mean, I've lost I've lost my entire tribe, and then really. I mean, it used to sting, but it doesn't really sting anymore. But all the turtles that I grew up with, they all died.
I think probably one of the hallucinations would be of your home tribe then,
possibly.
if experience is of any note.
And
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with laws. At least not close.
it doesn't have to be lost necessarily, because my parents, at least, I think that they're not dead yet.
No, but then you still lost a lot of time with them.
True. About 20
So,
years.
Loss can be experienced in many ways, like your friend Cork here said. He saw a father figure who was scolding him.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a loss in a relative being dead, but a loss in a friend or parental figure not noticing you or being disappointed in you is also a kind of loss.
Yeah.
Generally,
Yeah.
emotional distress.
You know what?
Exactly.
I'm really, really glad my foster parents gave me this. I kind of open the chest plate thing of my construction. Sorry, cat is literally attacking me. Um, and like on the inside, there's like a little leather plate, clearly like from a previous uh, construct with like elven writing on it. Not sure if
What does it
anyone
say?
actually.
Because I can read it.
Alright.
Jadara also speaks Elvish.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, but this is like.
Speaking and writing is a whole different story.
Yeah.
He knows Elvish.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
fair. I guess it says in Elven, you don't always have to keep your head higher than your heart.
That's a really weird saying. I don't know where that's. I've never heard that one.
And Cork like kinda looks at it for a moment and then closes it up.
Maybe different elven tribes have different sayings.
Maybe.
I mean, cultures evolve depending on where they're located and who they're associated with. So,
Does that saying ring anything for me?
Maybe.
um,
Is it like a
maybe.
common saying? I mean, I can make a check for it if you want.
Um, yeah, you can make a history check on it.
Okay. So 11.
And hearing it and reading it, it sounds like common saying. Not really sure if it's in any relation to a particular tribe or anything.
I mean, sounds familiar, but nothing too specific.
Right, now that we've had that enduring encounter behind us, I would suggest we get some rest for the day. Let's hope the last few days of travel will not be as arduous as the last 2.5 weeks were.
Yeah.
To be honest, I am not sure why, but trouble seems to be following you guys. This is probably one of the most
Yeah.
arduous journeys I've had through this desert in a long time, and I've been doing this for a while.
Glad we could at least all handle it.
That is very true. I've seen people succumb to harpies or other things. In fair, we've survived the dragon.
You survived the dragon.
Yeah.
I was trying to include you guys.
Fair.
And you
Any-
can you can tell in a couple of months, yeah, you survived a dragon attack. You would be heroes or something.
Any indication of how long it's roughly going to take? Like 2 days, 4 days, a week?
Probably 5 days to a week, something like that. We've been traveling for almost 3 weeks now, so
Right.
it's actually the first day of the 6th month. Last month of spring. Summer is getting closer by the day.
Oh, wouldn't be caught dead in the desert in the summer.
No, we do not want that. No.
How are the cards looking? Are they looking like damaged or?
How much do the
Uh,
temperatures change in this desert in summer? Is it relatively consistent? Is it like real? Is it like a real?
It's relatively consistent. It gets a little bit hotter in the summer, but not already pretty hot, so the difference is marginal, to say.
Right.
I wish you all a good rest. Hopefully, not too many nightmares of your visions. I'll see you in the night.
Yeah.
First watch.
Yeah.
As he makes his way into his carts, with Pookie in front.
I'm gonna take first watch.
Right.
Yeah. The construct is also gonna take watch because it doesn't need any sleep and he has dark vision.
I don't know if this background is just flavor, but I'm gonna set up on top of the hill to have a better vantage point.
Not a problem. Like most encampments you have made so far have been like in outcroppings to like protect you from desert winds and sandstorms and stuff like that. So this is probably how one of your normal encampments would really look like.
Depending on the wind, I'm gonna sit on top at least.
It's actually a really nice map, by the way.
Yeah,
If you already found it, but I like it.
Yeah.
with Amigo with the horses.
Yeah.
I guess
They're actually camels.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
are they?
Yeah.
nice.
Oh yeah.
You've been traveling
We
with
forgot
camels.
about the camels.
Yeah, like this map, you see there are 6 cards, but unfortunately only 4 cards are left, as you kind of lost 2 on the way. But things are still pretty fine.
Lost. Lost is kind of a heavy word, you know.
I mean, one was kind of burned up by a dragon, and the other was eaten by a dune mimic. So,
Eh.
eh. Anyway, for those that are keeping watch,
Yes.
can you make perception checks for me?
Yes.
Oh fuck no.
Do I get advantage because I have a good vantage point?
Get a regular roll
Uh-oh.
because you don't have a point of exhaustion.
That's true.
You're no longer blinded. Like you still have like a little bit of leftover sand, like in the corners of your eyes. Like
Yeah.
probably most of you do, because you've been traveling through a desert.
How do you get rid of exhaustion again? I kind of forgot.
You cure exhaustion by long resting. For every long rest, you cure 1 point of exhaustion.
I rolled an 18.
All right, it's an 18. With an 18, like in a few early hours, as the sun is not too hot yet, you looking around in the distance a little bit, you do notice quite a way away actually, but still within sight. You see like this very faint dark smoke going up into the air. Not sure really how far away.
Just a single like stream, or is it like a big?
Yeah, like
big plume?
you have your bonfire down there as well, and it's kind of emitting the same kind of smoke, like an encampment is somewhere near.
Okay. I'm gonna keep my eye a bit more in that direction, just to see if what
Yeah.
happens.
I gather that I can take a short rest to use some hit dice at this point.
Yeah, you at least can take a short rest now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The general rolled a 16, by the way. Not sure
Right.
if it does anything, but I kind of assume that he's like keeping watch all day, because he doesn't need to sleep or eat. So.
No problem at all.
Yeah, if he looks my way, I'll point to the smoke, like to let him know.
Then he gives you a thumbs up.
Nice.
You're keeping an eye on it. It's a little bit in northern direction. Smoke.
Oh, that is where we're heading, right?
No, you're heading east.
Oh, right, yeah.
But the day goes by without really much happening. There is no real commotion or anything. Towards the end of the day, as you're all kind of waking up again, you do see that the smoke had dissipated during the day, but there's new smoke coming up as a new bonfire has been made, apparently. Just as Shadara is waking up as well, setting up for a breakfast slash dinner,
Same
whatever you
position
may
though.
call it.
The new bonfire, by the way. Same position.
Can you make another perception check for me?
Sure. 14.
14. It seems roughly in the same position, yes. But the Shadara is like setting up things for breakfast before the nightly travels. Sees you looking like another encampment.
Yes.
Uh,
There was one before I went to bed. I saw a campfire probably, and there's a new one now.
would say keep your eyes open during the night. Could be another caravan. Be raiders as well. So yeah, keep your eyes open. All right.
Yes.
I assume the exhaustion is gone, right?
Yes, you have finished your long rest.
Thank God. Exhaustion is so sucky.
I
I mean,
hope
that's
you've
kind of
all.
the point of it, though.
I hope you've all had a good rest. Too
Yeah,
many nightmares.
a
It
few.
was okay.
No, yeah.
All right.
Don't think I ever slept well in the desert.
How many times have you slept in a desert?
Fair.
So far, it's been like 17 days, so that's 17 times. For you
Fair.
guys, at least. Me, let's count years, probably. Get used to it.
Are there deserts in the Feywild?
Probably.
Maybe I would say like Feywild is mostly I think more foresty.
Yeah, grasslands and
But it
forest.
has different environments. Not really sure if desert would belong to that.
This
But
is
if there
probably the
was,
first time that I've been in a desert.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be sand, right? It could also just be dust
Fair.
or I don't know.
Yeah, but
And to be fair, dust is not as rough and coarse. Dust is more soft. I would rather lay in dust than in sand.
I mean, a dust desert does sound like if something you find in the Feywilds.
I mean, dust
I've
is
never seen it, but you know, perhaps.
dust is everywhere.
Yes,
It
but
is.
the Feywild is if I bet on anywhere being a dust desert, you know, the Feywilds would be one of the places.
I bet that if we get out of this desert, like 3 weeks after when I blow my nose, there's still dust coming out.
I mean, I could take you to the Feywild someday if you want.
Could you?
Yes.
Wait.
Ooh.
I mean,
That
there's a
is very interesting. You aware of a portal?
I mean, I came out of one.
Fair.
Yeah.
I could,
That was
I
a
could,
portal where I was from.
I could make a joke about coming out of portals, but I'll
I mean,
not do
that's
so
how I
now.
traveled here. I came from the Feywild.
That's the only way I've ever been to the Feywild as well, because you know,
Can I remember where it was when I came out of the portal? I think it was like at the northern side of the continent, right?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Somewhere.
you've traveled a little bit after that, but you're pretty sure it's like northern. Yeah.
Yeah, northern side of the continent.
Wonder what would happen if I threw a bomb through the portal.
It'll
You
probably
would throw a bomb into the Feywild, and if you hit anyone, you have
Oh yeah,
probably
no,
enough.
no, not to hurt people. I'm not like going out of my way to hurt people, but no, if it has any effect.
I'm pretty
I
sure
would
it's not
first-
like the Feywild is like a pocket dimension, and if you throw a bomb in it, you explode the entire Feywild. It's a very big. It's another plane of existence.
Yeah.
It's as big as the material plane we are on now, maybe even bigger.
In the least, you'll just destroy the portal. In the least.
Yeah, that's true. No,
A
I mean,
normal
I wouldn't
bomb, I
do
don't
it.
think so.
Like Cork immediately goes for his bomb to just check if it's still there. I wouldn't do it if, but
would be careful
Bomb
if
is
you
still
ever go
there.
to the Feywild, though. There's a lot of people that can act really nice, but they'll always try
Mm-hmm.
to trick you.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard. I mean, you're nice, so
Now.
how bad can it be?
You hope. We've only seen
Right.
each other on our best behavior so far, so.
Well,
Not really, though.
Right, I would say.
Something batshit.
I mean, that was one time.
yeah, it was one time I
No,
blew
it
that
was
town up.
3 times.
I
Yeah,
mean,
but
that was 3 times one time.
Yeah. Thanks.
Sure.
Thanks,
Shall we
Akam.
just head out because
Yeah.
Let's rein in the camos and for the last part of our journey. Let's hope it will be easy instead of last
Hope
2.5
so.
weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Who need-
camels are strapped in.
Who
Journey
needs
of
to,
the night starts.
who needs to roll again? Who rolled the harpy?
I think I did.
No.
No?
Hakan is the one to roll. I believe Quake rolled the
Rolled
harpies
well.
last
Ah,
time.
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So Hakan, for the last part of the journey,
Come
you roll a
on.
d20 for me.
Come on.
Do I get any bonuses to it or not?
No,
Just a
it's
straight
just
d20
straight
roll.
9.
Oh,
9.
9. Another dragon.
All right. So, as you guys are like tying up the camels, getting ready for to set up onto your the rest of your journey, Lara said, keep an eye on any movement, and as you've been talking, you see on the ridge drawn.
Um,
Your sound cut out for a bit.
the,
The last word we heard was ridge.
yeah.
All right, on the ridge, you see 4 figures appear, both drawn.
Are they from the
Oh.
direction of the campfire?
They are.
They have bows.
And you hear one of they are dressed in like brown clothing, masks in front of their faces, hoods over their heads.
We didn't see them
completely
coming at all. Meh.
I want to
Um,
shout at them.
The passive perceptions you guys have, they rolled pretty high on their stealth, so unfortunately, no. But their bows are drawn, and you hear one of them shout out, "Right, no movement. You want whatever you have in your carts, and no one will get hurt."
Go away! I shout at them.
You're like a second voice ringing out, like, "Do they never cooperate? Never." See, like,
Would you if you got robbed?
How high is this ridge?
this ridge is about 10 feet up.
Oh, right. I want to do something that's a little bit close, so maybe not.
Yeah, do we need to roll initiative? Because I know what I want to try to
Oh,
do.
they haven't fired yet, so
Okay, I wanna
Okay,
try and take my mutagen.
yeah, I like to look at the eyes of
no.
my party members. Like, are they ready for a fight or?
they have their weapons drawn. Like each of them has like an arrow knocked. So the moment any wrong movements are being made,
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
I
they
try
can
to make eye
fire.
contact with everyone and like make
Yeah.
like a motion. Like, all right, let's do this.
Yeah. Nick, last time I said that when we were traveling, we would assume that in the mornings I would always have taken my mutagen. Or
You
in the
probably would
evenings
have
before we left.
drank it during breakfast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Okay, so I already have it. Okay, that's good. Then I will use my axe to stand up and nick my hand on it.
Slowly. You want everything in the carts filled up at the center, and then you may leave.
How about you guys leave? We don't want to kill you. Just go.
Can
We
I
don't want to kill you too.
can I
So do what
slowly
we
try to
say.
make my way up a bit? See if they react to my movement?
Yeah.
Like the moment you step, one of them fires his arrow like right in front of your feet, not hitting you, but keeping you in place. Like I'm pretty sure that is not the way
The
the
moment
cards
he
are.
loses the arrow and it hits the sand in front of me and he has to grab a new one, I want to full sprint. So that's 5, 10, 15, 25, 30, 35, 40 feet, all the way over here. Oh, I can
Right.
dash as well, right? Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll dash. So 5, 10. Can I get up the ridge?
It's 10 feet up. You can do some dope monk shit, but
Yes.
it counts as. Do you have unhindered movement yet, or is that a higher level?
I think it's higher level.
Higher level, yeah. Or it's a
Me-
feat.
No, unarmored, no. Unarmored movement? No.
Let me quickly check.
Ooh.
Extra
good.
texting, evasion, stillness. Armored movement. At 9th level, you gain the ability to move along vertical surfaces and across liquids. So it is a climb, so it's half movement up the ridge. So 10 feet up means 20 feet of movement.
That's fine. I can probably reach one of them.
So the moment you start like dashing, the other three take shots at you. The first one,
I mean, can they see me if I'm behind the tents? Oh, wait, the tents are not up yet, right? Because
camp is also almost like broken down already because you were preparing to
okay,
leave.
yeah.
So let's see. Number one already shot his arrow, so he doesn't get another one. Number two rolls a 21 to hit.
Wait, you can use reaction to catch one of the arrows,
Yeah.
right?
I was just about to say, I can use my reaction to deflect the missile.
The second one rolls a 13, so he misses.
Yeah.
And the fourth one rolls a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Jeez.
At least the first
Uh,
one. Guys, he hits, because I need to know the damage.
The first one rolls 10 piercing damage.
Yeah, okay, that gets totally deflected. So that's 0.
And the second one is 7 piercing damage.
That's
Okay.
not too bad.
And wait, can I? Yeah, I can spend a key point to deflect, to use the arrow that I catched and make a ranged weapon attack as a monk weapon.
Yeah. Dope.
So I use the arrow that one of them shoots at me and throw him at one of the guys in front of me.
Can only do that if you completely negate the damage, right?
He did 10, and I need to roll at 1d10 plus 10, so it gets totally
Negated.
0.
Right. So you can use a key point to throw the arrow back at number 2 then, yes?
Yes, as a monk weapon.
Yeah.
Haha.
What bonus do I need to use then? Just the same as my quarterstaff, or?
Because it says a monk weapon, you get it's a d20 roll using your proficiency and your dexterity modifier.
Yeah, so that's plus 8, okay.
Nice.
14.
A 14. Let me quickly check. I believe that hits. 14 just hits, yes.
Okay, so what damage do I roll? 1d6 or d8?
A d8. Your monk die, which is d6 or d8?
For my, yeah, it depends. Quarterstaff two-handed weapon is d8, but yeah, it's so d6
No,
for,
your unarmed strike, I mean.
yeah, 1d6 plus 5.
It's a d6, all right.
So plus 5 or not?
Yeah, it's plus 5 from your dex bonus.
Yes, okay, so that's only 6 damage.
All right. So as you're running, arrows are being fired. You catch one, use your reaction, throw it back. Let's roll initiative. You hear them like yelling, "All right, deaf it is. Take their stuff, boys."
Alright, that was not what I wanted to do.
Ah, you kidding me?
I mean, can't they do something while I'm running?
You used an action to dash.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I rolled a 1, so put me at the bottom.
Hey,
Oh,
I also
I
rolled
rolled a
one.
natural 20.
Well,
So it's
it
fine.
makes a 2, but
I'm on a roll.
I rolled a natural 20, so 25.
hey,
Damn, son.
Let's
how the
go!
turntables have turned.
Let's go!
Go full
Let's
pluimpiet.
see.
I'm gonna go
Pluimpiet?
full
What is a
monk on them.
pluimpiet?
Oh,
Oh no, Black Demon. Goddamn, dude.
Do I want to know?
It's a stupid joke
oh,
from a one shot one
it's
time.
a stupid joke from a
Oh,
one shot.
okay.
No.
Is it like
like,
is it like ape
What?
shit?
he kept like provoking a dude until they decided like, yeah, fuck you, we're gonna fire arrows at you, and they kept missing as well. So
Ah,
yeah.
What the fuck? I don't get it. But I like so don't get it that it's just actually funny.
You had to be there. It's
It was something, yeah.
and then
yes.
bashed his head in. Ooh, yeah, we did that with the harpies just now.
Yeah.
All right.
Our automaton went split.
So with a 20 of higher, I have Ache. With a
25.
25.
Yes.
That's a lot. All right. Let's see. All right. Who has between a 15 and a 20?
It's me.
Mario.
I
Well
have
done.
15. Take that, kids.
Imagine rolling higher than a 3.
Imagine still actually rolling well despite having a -1.
Right.
I'm
Let's roll
glad.
for.
Nope.
Has a 4 as
I mean, I
well.
also rolled 0 once, so I don't really know.
I
Fair.
rolled a -3 once.
I mean, I rolled 0 twice in this campaign actually with my initiative.
Yeah, true.
Nice. Right. 10 to 15.
Nope.
Silence.
I hear crickets. 5 to 10.
Again, crickets.
Oh my god. All right. Orc, what do you have?
1. A natural
no.
1.
But do
Oh,
you add
alright.
anything onto it?
Nope.
Oh.
Oh, he has 10 decks.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
All right. Let's see. Then it is
I have
Uh,
2.
Ira,
Yeah.
Zil, Orc at the bottom.
No, I'm not.
We started from the
Yes.
bottom, now we're here.
All right.
Still at the bottom.
Yeah.
Right. Top of the initiative then
Yeah.
is,
Quake.
not surprisingly, Quake.
Oh,
Yeah.
Whoa.
right. I'm gonna
That's
start
not-
with hitting the guy in front of me.
Never.
Right.
I'll never put my cards away.
25.
25 hits. Yeah.
That
What did
is
you?
8 damage.
8 damage on number 3.
Okay, second attack.
The
Focus.
card
Ooh.
is strength. I've picked.
Again, a natural 1.
Ooh, big oof. You like take a swing at him, hit him in the shoulder. He jumps back as you take your second swing at him, trying to put his bow away, getting a scimitar out.
Okay, I'll spend 1 key point to with blows.
Right.
So that's an 11 to hit. I don't think that hits.
An 11 doesn't hit. No.
And the second strike for an 18 that hits.
18 does hit. Yes.
Yes, okay,
Right.
so that is 7 damage.
7 damage. All right.
And can he make a strength saving throw for me?
Let's see. With a 19, he probably makes it.
Yes, he makes it.
Right. like hit him with like the flat of your hand, trying to push him back, but he just puts his heel in the sand, getting himself ready. Staying put.
Yes.
Right. Next up is the 4 sand raiders on the ridge.
Ah, crap.
The one right in front of you like pulls out his scimitar and makes 2 swings at you. The first one for a let's see, that's 12, so that probably doesn't hit.
Nope.
The
Not
second
even.
strike is even lower, so he slashes at you with his scimitar 2 times.
Not even
you-
close.
You jump back, like not even like a piece of your fabric that floats behind you. He doesn't even nick that, just that wide was it. The other one runs up to you as well, making 2 strikes. The first one is a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Second one is a 19 to hit.
That's my armor class, so that hits as well.
All right, so the first one is 5 slashing damage and another 8 slashing damage.
Okay, so that's
13 total.
13 damage.
And like everyone is like kind of prepping themselves to get ready for a fight. The 2 on the left ridge both take bow shots at Akira. Let's see, that's an 18. Does that hit? That is exactly his armor class, so that hits. The second arrow misses. So that's 4 and 3. That's 7 damage on Akira.
Crap.
How much HP are you at, Quake?
And they are trying to move a
18.
little bit to the right, getting a clearer shot on everyone.
I have 18 HP left.
Okay.
Which brings us to Jadara, who moves a bit back towards the caravans, calls Pookie aside, gets a bow, sees that Quake is already in a little bit of a pinch of trouble. He's going to use a bonus action to Hunter's Mark
Ooh.
this one, then takes a shot at him. With a 17, 18 even, so that does hit.
Crap.
Let me quickly check on Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark is a D8, right?
I believe so.
I believe so too.
This depends on the level. I think at this level it's
Yeah.
D6.
Yeah. I think it gets higher with higher level, but
Yeah.
I believe it only adds more dice when you cast at higher levels.
Yeah.
Oh, you hold longer concentration at higher levels, but it's always an extra D6.
yeah.
Right.
So that's a D8 and a D6. That's 6 plus math. That's a total of 10 damage on.
And he's shooting the
Number
the
3.
one that's in front of me, right?
Yeah, the
with
one
blue
that
circle.
Yeah.
one with the blue circle is the one that you pummeled as well. You see like an arrow just like throws itself like underneath his rib cage, almost perforating like the midriff. You see him like coughing up blood a little bit. That guy already looks fairly hurt.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean he has taken like a couple of hits already.
I just give him a smile.
Hakan, you're up next.
Alrighty. I will first of all Is my shillelagh still active? Actually, it doesn't matter because these guys are way too far away
no.
regardless.
No, you've had a long rest already,
Oh.
so
Alrighty. Then I will. Okay, I can do two things. Quick, how urgently do you need healing?
I think I'll be fine for one more round.
Alright. Then I will instead. I will cast Shillelagh as a bonus action, and then I will throw out a level 3. Wait a second. Is it an AoE spell? Within range. I can cast, yes. It's a range. One.
What are you going to cast?
Yeah.
Is a what kind of in an area within range. Area can be up to 30 feet long, up to 10 feet wide, and up to 10 feet tall.
Is this gonna be some sort of
Wall?
tidal wave or wall?
It is tidal wave. Yes.
Ah.
I want to the raiders
Interesting.
on
Top left?
the raiders in the top left. Yes, I would like to call a column of water that comes from the northwest, straight down to them.
Push them down, essentially.
Yeah, I want.
right. Let's see. You conjure up a wave of water that crashes down on an area. The area, it's like an instantaneous wave that just comes out of nowhere.
Yes.
Interesting.
I mean, it technically can be a sand wave.
Fair.
True. So they are going to try and they are like focused on whatever is happening down there.
Wait a second. Wait a
Yeah,
second. I don't have it prepared. I made a mistake.
Oh.
I have erupting earth.
Ah, okay.
So I will instead cast.
That would have been so amazing if that worked, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's you get it doesn't give movement, so it doesn't.
Erupting Earth is still pretty dope.
Yeah. Fair.
Let's see. They have to make a dexterity saving throw.
So yeah, and I will call the cube. I will call a 20-foot cube around them, so they are in the middle of the cube.
Let's see. The first one rolls an 18.
Yes,
Second,
so it saves, unfortunately.
second rolls a 16.
Oh my
Erupting Earth.
god! I think wait a second. 8 plus 3 plus 4 is 15. Yes. All right. That
All right. So they take half damage. The ground does become difficult terrain.
Yes, and they take the damage still, but only half.
So we have a 20-foot cube.
That's 3d12.
Like
Baby!
That's it.
Oh, if only they failed. That was so good. Whoa!
all right. That square is difficult terrain.
I rolled an 11, and a 12.
Oh my
That's
wow.
34 damage.
Oh my
If
God.
only they fucking failed, that would have been hilarious.
34, so
God.
that's 17 instead.
That's
That's
Still
still
pretty
pretty
messed
good.
That's
Yeah,
insane.
What the fuck?
Oh.
So basically, you're looking upon the cliff, and suddenly there's a giant fountain of churned earth and stone just around them, and it just.
You see them like diving out of the way, putting their hands above their heads, like rocks hitting them, bruising them. Terrain around them just be like part of the outcropping just crumbles down. Luckily the cameras were already strapped in, or you might have hit a camel or two.
This moment, they knew they fucked up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You hear them
It's
scream.
almost like Fireball, guys. It's not Fireball, but it's close.
You hear them scream like, they've got a caster, get him first.
Still
Definitely.
going, okay.
And I yell back, "Come get me if you want, you damn cowards! I'll throw another one of these at you."
right.
Nice.
Next up, let's see, 5, 10, 20, 25,
Still
30.
Might be one of them.
All right, yeah. Or Catboy.
Yeah.
Cat-
Pussy galore.
No, Catboy already had his turn. He
Oh, yeah.
Hunter's marked the.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
that's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Suddenly, like,
Tell me they've reinforced.
you didn't notice them at first because they are
No.
same dressed color as the sand. But jumping from behind the cards, you see a second group of 4.
Oh, shut
Four.
up.
What?
No.
Jesus Christ.
One of them with a bow firing an arrow at Hakan.
Shoot me, motherfucker.
That's a 16 to hit.
I block that with my face. It doesn't. My armor class is higher, by the way.
Just go cha-ching.
I just like pull in my hands and just like got you kids.
Headbutt the
Second
arrow.
quote, I block that with my face. Hakan.
Who's the monk now, bitch?
He blocked it with his face. Nice.
The 2 against Shadara and the 1 against Pookie are both making 2 scimitar attacks against
Oh.
Shadara. That's
Crap, I moved something. Wait.
No, Pookie.
I think I moved some more.
let's
Yeah, you moved
see.
Moira a bit.
First
That
attack against
I was
Shadara
next to
misses.
Cork.
Oh, right.
Second
Yeah.
against Shadara hits.
I was
Third
there.
against Shadara hits. Fourth misses. Just against Pookie. Yeah, that definitely hits. And second against Pookie misses. So that's 2 hits against Shadara. He is taking. Let's see. So that's 14 damage on Shadara. Is it not allowing me to? Alright. And the hit against Pookie is dealing another 7. Alright. So you see these 4 running up as well, scimitars drawn, jumping over the cards, slashing wildly against Shadara and Pookie, who are forced to turn around, trying to block the attacks. But they are getting in a pinch here. Kira is up next. Let's see. Yeah, he sees Shadara as in the most trouble, so he's gonna try and get there. 5, 10, 15, 25. 30, he can get up in their business. He's gonna use his shifting ability, granting himself some temporary hit points. He also has a feat that lets him reduce weapon damage, so he took a little bit less damage last turn.
Good.
And he's going to make 2 swiping attacks against number. What was that again? Number 6.
Right.
That hits.
Yes.
And 1 misses.
Ah, crap. Go on.
And that's a pretty decent damage roll. That's a 7 plus 4, so that's 11 damage on number 6.
Pretty good.
Jumping from like the tent was already kind of packed up, but after he got hit with the arrow, he jumps forward, weapon drawn, slashes at the guy, barely jumps back in time to so that the second swing misses. But you can already see like part of his clothing has ripped up, blood is streaming down his chest. And Zilmoira is up next.
Yes, I am going to look at the ones at the cart, and I'm going to hold my staff, which I had my hand on the blade from the beginning of the fight, before the fight started. So I did activate my what's it? Extra
Yeah, your blood.
lightning thingies
Yeah.
before we started.
Right.
Hmm?
Right.
Yeah, Crimson Rite, that was it.
Yeah.
And then I will hold out my other hand towards Sand Raider 5, and I will say, pop! And he will... I will invoke my Blood Maledict, and I will amplify it. So for the next minute, unless he saves on his turn, with a... what was it again?
Crimson Rite?
No, he has to roll for it, I think.
Con save?
Yeah, Constitution save of 13.
Is it the bloating?
Yeah, the bloating.
Right.
So he yes, con save of DC 13. On a success, the curse ends, but otherwise it will last a minute. And he will bloat up and have a lot disadvantage on strength and dex, and if it makes more than one melee or ranged attack during its turn, it'll take a d8 necrotic damage.
Right.
Ooh.
Yes.
Nice.
So if his if he uses arrows or if he uses a strength attack, that also counts as an ability check. So he had disadvantage on strength or dex attacks if he has them.
All right. End of your amplify curse lasts for a minute. Yes. All right.
Yes, that is, I believe, a bonus action. Oh no, Blood Maledict is no action, but amplifying it is a bonus
the
action.
Blood curse is a bonus action.
Blood
The bonus action, as a bonus action, you curse a creature that you can see. This is what Blood Curse of Bloated Agony says.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at my Blood Maledict. My Blood Maledict takes no action, so that's just, I do that. But it takes 1d6 of damage, which is a 6, which sucks for me.
Ooh.
Yeah. But it's okay. So that's a bonus action. I will then run towards him. And I will hit him with my axe twice.
Right.
Nice.
Which is 2 16s plus my 8. So that's 2 24s.
Definitely hits,
Okay,
yeah.
so the first hit is an 8 plus 11 is 19 damage.
Yeah.
And the next one is a 6 plus 8 is
14?
No,
14 damage on the second hit.
19 and 14, so that's 33.
In one turn.
You run up at him, and you see already his skin underneath his garments is starting to bloat up. You see like these pustering balls getting up in his neck. You swing at him twice, pretty close to disemboweling him. Like he's bleeding profusely, like one knee on the ground. You like dropped him like through the collarbones. You're pretty sure you've like hit him hard enough to like part his lung from the rest of his respiratory system. Weirdly enough, he is barely still standing, but just barely.
Okay.
How?
How much life do these guys have? What the hell?
Also,
He's
that
in
must be
agony
the-
right now.
He's probably
Being
gonna be
almost
in agony
cleaved
for
in
the rest
half
of
and
his life.
bloating.
Yeah, he'll probably kill himself when he attacks someone else.
Yeah.
Nice.
That brings us to Cork.
Yeah. I'm gonna do well, not very artificial thing. I'm gonna move here and I'm gonna charge number 8 with my
Alright.
horns
Okay.
as bonus action. I can make a free attack as bonus action. That's 18? No, 17. Sorry.
17 hits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you like go full Minotaur mode?
Yep.
Like stomping your hoof and then rushing forward?
Yeah. There's some like smoke coming from my nostrils.
Nice.
Wait. Let me check. Strength modifier. Strength modifier again. Yeah, I deal nine. I guess it's force damage. Piercing damage.
It's under your horn, so it's probably piercing.
Yeah, it is piercing damage. Um, then he is automatically shoved, but he's
All right.
up against like
He's
uh
up against an object.
yeah. So I kind of want to like push him. Well, basically between my horns and the cart.
All right.
Pin him to the cart.
You like rush him. Like one of your horns pierces his side. You like pin him to the cart, and he has his hands like pushed against your head, like no. Um. Yeah, like the cart like shoves like 2 or 3 feet as well with the movement you put against it.
Yeah, nice. And then I'm gonna make my 2 attacks with my glaive.
Okay.
Should I target the same guy?
You
Probably.
like unlock your horn from the cart, get your glaive.
Yeah. I mean, it would be too badass, but I also almost imagine him like kind of standing up and the guy just like sitting on top of his like horns as he like. But yeah. 16 on.
Uh,
Well, let me check which guy. That would be Raider 7.
can you reach him? Oh, yeah,
I
you have a glaive,
think,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, then you can reach him. 16, like he's like in motion with Shadara, with Pookie in the way. You have to very carefully maneuver your glaive, but in the careful maneuver, he's able to parry it.
So he parries it? Did you say that?
He parries it.
Yeah. I already rolled for damage. I rolled a 10. Oh.
No.
Right, I have a second attack now, since I'm level 5. 19.
A 19 does hit.
Right, let's do this. That's a 9 plus. Wait. 9 plus 4, 3, 4. It's 13 slashing damage.
Nice. All right.
And in general, where do. Oh, he's still on the ridge.
He's on the right on the ridge.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It would be kind of logical that he would be like on the lookout. Then again, he would also possibly help with like loading the carts. So, not sure if it makes more sense if he was like in the camp or not. Then you know what, he's there. I'm gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then double movement. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's his turn, so that's my turn.
All right. Let's see. Then we go back to the top to Quake.
How rough does that guy look in front of me? That should I also hit?
The one that got like the arrow in his abdomen, he looks pretty rough.
Okay. I'll use my first attack then on him. For 25.
Ooh, nice.
I think that
Yeah,
hits.
that
Yeah, I think that hits as well.
Yeah.
That's 11 damage.
All right. You whack him square across the temple, and he slumps unconscious to the ground.
Okay. Can I use my second attack on the other guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that. For a 20, that hits. probably.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, that is 10 damage. And can he make a con save?
Can see if he can. That is a not natural 20.
Yes, he saves. Hmm.
It's like other guy slumps to the ground. You hear him like yell out, "The fuck! He killed Carrick!"
He...
Heh.
Mm.
Told you.
Okay, I'll spend another key point and do another flurry of blows on him.
All right.
So that's for the first hit, 17.
17 hits. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 11 damage. And can he
All
make?
right.
Do I need to? Yeah, do I need to do this now? Yes. Can he make a deck save?
That is a 15.
Yep, he saves.
Ah.
Okay, second attack. 13. I don't think that hits.
Misses.
Yeah, that's my turn. I can't do anything else.
It's then it's the sand soldiers' turn that are on the ridge. Let's see. The two on the left. The 10, 15, 25, 30 is going to move a bit up. And this one is going to the left, so that's 10, 20, 25, 30. They're going to move away from the thing.
Aww.
From the rough terrain.
Damn.
And they're both gonna fire arrows at Hakan.
Alright, shoot me,
First
motherfuckers.
one is a 11 to hit, so that doesn't
Does not
hit.
hit.
And a 21 to hit.
Oh, that hits. It's like the second time I've been hit in this entire campaign. What the hell?
Turtles,
Or
man, turtles.
you guys have ridiculous ACs.
I mean, my AC is good because I'm a turtle. No other reason.
8 piercing damage.
Ooh, how much?
8.
8. Well, I'm going to 35.
Right. And the one next to you, Quake, he's going to move around you a little bit, and he's going to try and take 2 scimitar strikes at you. Misses. And wow, fuck this die, really.
Yes.
Dice, Jill. Dice, Jill. Here, use
He
mine.
takes 2 swings at you,
Oh,
and
monk
he
shit.
goes like, this might not be worth it, guys.
No shit, Sherlock.
You just
That's
figured.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He's oh wait, that's another ridge. He can't get up that. So he runs over there. You
I
get an
can.
attack of opportunity.
Yes, I'll take it. Okay. Ugh, 13. Nope.
13
hidden.
misses, unfortunately. Let's see. Next up is Jadara. He's not going to use his bow. He is going to pull out a dagger. Uses a bonus action to move his hunter's mark to the guy in front of him. Steps between them, so he gets some flanking action going on, and he's going to use his dagger, like stab him in the back.
Stabby, stab, stab.
Nice.
He's going to do stabby, stab, stab with
Dagger, dagger, dagger.
advantage. Is going to just hit. So that's
What
a
a wimp.
D4 and sneak attack because of the advantage. 11. No, I can't do math. 6, 8, 12 damage to number. Oh wait, I forgot the D6 for Hunter's Mark. That's an extra 1. So that's 13 damage to number 6. Just puts the dagger in between his ribs on his back, perforating one of his lungs.
Ow.
Akira is like in front of him as the guy just coughs up some blood on him. Loki is going to take a bite attack against number 7. See. That is not going to hit, but Jadara is going to use his coordinated attack to make a strike against number 6. And hits for an extra fucking great. Another 5 damage on number 6.
Papa's weasel.
That is Shadara's turn, which brings us to Hakan.
Go, come. Smush him.
I will not smoosh him. In fact, I will. What's the range on this? How? Wait, I can check distance, right, with
Yeah.
the measuring tool.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 50 feet. 35, 45. All right, they're all in range. Which one is the most likely to have taken damage?
So far, what you have seen, most of them have at least taken a hit.
All right, I will start blasting the most far left guy. That is about 50 feet. So I will shoot with my level 2. What's it called? Level 2.
Scorching ray.
Scorching ray. Yes. No, this is still not.
Nice.
So it's gonna be 3 attacks. First one is a 20.
On the one on the left, yeah, that's gonna hit.
Second one is a 14.
Also on the one on the left.
Yes.
Let me quickly check. He can't parry magical attacks. No, he cannot. So that hits.
Sick. I don't even have to roll high now. Awesome. Oh, and it's a net 20 actually. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Right. All
So
3 on the
that,
guy on the left.
yes.
All right.
Oh well. I said it, but I don't.
Yeah, you already. Yeah.
I mean, do you fire them at the same time or like? I think you fire them at the same
Right
time.
after each
Yeah,
other,
right?
right?
Right after each
Like
other,
1,
it's all in
2,
the same
3.
casting.
Yeah, because then you know if I kill them with the first 2, then I'll blast it at someone else, right?
Yeah.
That would make most sense. But if you all blast them at the same time, then yes, I will shoot them immediately. The first one is 3 damage, which is amazing.
Amazing.
That's
all
a
right.
2 and a 1. The second one is, in fact, that is 9 damage.
Decent.
All right, so that's 11, 12 total, yeah?
Yes. And then I will blast. He's not dead yet, right?
No, it's amazing. You actually needed all 3 rays to probably kill this guy.
One. And then the critical, that is a 19.
Woo!
All right. So the first 2 hit him, like part of his clothes catch fire and go ablaze. But he's still standing, screaming in pain as the third ball of fire just hits him square in the face. And you see like his hair just immediately just whoosh away as he ghost riders to the ground, dropping dead.
Sweet. Then I will use my. Oh no, I cannot do that actually. Do I have any bonus actions? Nope, I do not have any bonus actions. I think that I'll just chill in the place. Actually, I'll move a bit closer to the. Can I move myself? Yes. I will stand here.
All right. Then it's the 4 that came up from south. Pretty much seeing what's happening. They go like, yeah, this was a bad idea. Let's get out of here. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. Both Pookie and Cork get an attack of opportunity on that one.
Yeah.
He hits.
I miss probably.
No, you never know.
7? Nah.
Nah, that's way too low.
Let's see. Pookie hits for 7 damage. Number 7 starts running. So it's
Does
5,
nobody have
10,
the sentinel feet?
30.
We're starting to chase
Both
them.
Shadara and Pookie get an attack of opportunity on that one. Shadara hits.
Pookie not,
He
because he already used
misses.
his reaction to do the one
Oh
attack.
yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. Missed anyway, so
Yeah.
doesn't really matter. But Shadara's dagger dealing
Doesn't the automaton get one?
7. No, the automaton was not in range of that one.
No, it was standing on the right of Jadara.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
This guy starts running 5, 25, 30. So Akira and the automaton get an attack.
Yes.
Akira misses, unfortunately.
18 plus.
That definitely
that
hits.
hit.
Yeah, definitely hits. That's a D. Wait. Just headed here. 28. Yeah, that's right. 4 plus 3. That's 7 damage.
Right.
4
As this one starts running away, like Akira misses with his swing, but the automaton just claps him square in the back, and he already looked very damaged, perforated lung and all by Shadara's dagger stab. But like in his run, probably with the smack on his back, like both his lungs collapsed, and he just
Ah, man.
on the ground.
What the hell? Go.
And the one in front of Zulmoira,
He just waddles away.
he can barely stand up even. So in his last dying breath, he is going to try and take a slice at you
Oh,
because
okay. Yeah.
he just feels like, yeah,
A
I'm
slice
fucking.
or 2 slices?
He was just gonna look up at puppy eyes.
2 slices, then I'll
He
roll my d8.
he doesn't know he takes damage when he does
Yeah,
that. So
true.
let's see. The
4
first
damage.
attack is going to be a 15 to hit you.
Just hits.
Right. The second attack is a 15 to hit you.
What?
15?
Yeah, both 15s.
Yes, both 15s.
Okay, yeah, they both hit.
All right. So you take 7 and 6. Math. 13 slashing damage total.
Yes.
And as you feel like the second slash making impact on you, you feel like the scimitar just drops at your feet as this guy just face first in the sand, as like part of his bloating skin just ruptures and starts spilling blood as the guy just
Oh,
bleeds
that's
out at your feet.
disgusting, man.
God, Black Demon Man.
What the
No.
fuck?
Ah, not on my
Stop.
good clothes. These were expensive.
Well, that's
And
at
good
least
riddance.
some problem solved. Diesel.
The two that were running away were dashing, so they are going to do another 30 feet.
Ah, that's too
Uh,
bad. Otherwise,
Screen.
I could have caught up with them and used my horns again.
Let's see. Akira is up next. Yeah, he can't reach the guys on top, so he's gonna move a bit. He's gonna run a bit after the guys that were running away. Can't really do anything about it. Zil, anything else you want to do?
I'm just trying to get the gunk off of my clothing. I don't even bother with anything else going on around me. I'm like quite damaged myself because of my own Crimson Rite, so
Right. Cork.
Yeah, I can actually do something. Changing weapons, that's a bonus action, right?
No, it's just a free action.
So I want to grab my magical infused light crossbow.
All right.
Wait, where's the combat map? I want to move
So
1, 2, 3
this guy is out. This guy is out. This guy is out. This guy is
here.
out.
And I want to shoot
Just
twice, one at each of the guys.
All right.
That's 15 on the first one.
15 hits. Yeah.
And
Very
16
ranged attack as well. The second one was
17. So I guess
17 also hits. Yeah, both
Yeah.
hit.
right. Yeah, that weapon deals 6 damage on the first guy.
All right.
And the second shot shoots. That's 5 damage on the second guy as well.
Right. You see both arrows making impact, but neither guy are dropping as they like stumble as the arrows hit them, but they keep going, keep running.
Right. Oh, they are magical, by the way, since this is an infused weapon. Not sure if that matters, but
For the damage, no.
oh,
Right. Up next then
Oh,
is
the general.
yeah.
Or are you? Or I'm interrupting.
No. The general can do his thing. Is he has something to do.
Yeah, he has a basic movement speed of 40, I believe.
Then with a dash, he could catch up with one of the guys. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's gonna dash after one of the guys.
Oh god.
It's just like this anime moment where some guy is just chilling, running, and looking behind him, and there's this one girl like coming up. "Ah!"
Yeah.
Yeah, it's either
Bleeding
that
and
or like the SpongeBob.
He's just gonna beat him up.
bleeding and bruised, running away, and then a big minotaur coming after them. Oh
Bronze
boy.
Minotaur. Thank you very much.
Yes.
But yeah, he
boy.
can't do anything except like run up to him.
I mean, perception is probably not good enough to see it, but one of them is pissing their pants.
Oh yeah, no, they made a mistake messing with us. I
Why
want to
is
make
there
that
all of a
clear.
sudden mud here?
That does bring us to Quake, though.
The guy is he trying to like climb up the cliff, or is he just trying
He's
to run
like
away?
scampering to try up, but he didn't have enough movement to do
Oh.
that. So he's like standing there, back towards it, looking you in the eye, like, "Please don't kill me."
Okay, I'll just slowly walk, not even run or anything, up towards him. The guy on my left, what is he doing?
He is also preparing to dash. Like he still has his bow drawn, but he's like he sees that his comrades are going, and he is questioning life choices at this moment.
I'll look at the guy in front of me and ask him, "Do you surrender?
Of course I do.
Put your weapons away."
He just immediately drops his bow to the ground.
All right,
His
come here.
scimitar.
I'll grab his hands behind his back and hold them together and try to take him down to the camp.
All right.
I'll leave the other guy go.
Right.
I'll keep an eye on him that he doesn't shoot me. But
It's their turn then. This guy just runs up the cliff and dashes away as well.
Aw.
He goes like, "Well, sucks to be you, boy."
Haha, sucks to be you, kid.
There's no honor among thieves, right? So
Yeah.
Not at all.
There's always honor among thieves. You just gotta have honor.
you're gonna need to
But
steal honor.
yeah, you take him down to the remnants of the camp.
I'll just drop him to his knees and
As
let him
basically,
sit
well,
there.
most of the camp has been broken down.
Yeah. I'm looking through the clothing that is now a pile of mush with like 2 fingers to see if he had anything in his pockets that's worth saving.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah, I'll check
Like-
the guy on top as well.
Using the pointy
An
sword.
investigation check as well.
Is he dead, by the way, or just unconscious?
The two on the top are both
One
dead.
that I
Yeah.
knocked out over here, like at the.
Yeah.
An 18.
18. All right. You find on this person. They have a scimitar, and this one has a light crossbow. He is also carrying a coin pouch holding 7 gold pieces and
Uh-huh.
80 silver pieces.
Yeah.
Um,
That
and
went
you can
pretty
basically
fine.
go through the 3 others, finding a
Oh,
total of 30 more gold pieces and 300 silver pieces.
300 silver pieces?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's a total of 380 silver pieces. And what did I say again?
37 gold pieces total. Because you said.
30 and 7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Half.
Party
Math.
fund?
I mean, somebody has to pay me back still.
Fair, but that's like
Shall we
one
just put this in the
person.
party fund?
Yeah, because this isn't. We did this
Wait,
as a
so that's
group, I think.
37 gold and
Uh,
how much? How much
380
silver?
gold
yeah,
silver
silver
pieces.
pieces 380.
Oh boy, so that's
38
400.
gold.
So we're at
Could change.
Eh,
It's
460 silver.
um
460.
as you put this sand raider down, Dara is already busy like finishing up breaking down camp. We're gonna take a quick break.
Yay!
Right.
Ooh.
What? Where?
Do I need to roll for the other one who's being followed?
Like if the Minotaur just keeps following him until he doesn't have to dash to hit them as well, you could probably take him out if you want to.
Oh no, I was hoping that he could just drag one back to camp as well.
Yeah, he can reach one, yeah.
All right. So then he returns
Um,
later with.
the guy is resisting though, so if the automaton can make an athletics check,
That's a 19 without bonuses.
yeah, this guy is coming with him.
Yeah.
Like you guys are like prepping to finish up camp. There's the one guy still sitting, and then you see the automaton coming back, just dragging the guy face down by his feet towards camp again. He also has a coin pouch on him
Yeah. That's what I'm talking
with
about.
10 gold pieces and 30 silver pieces.
10 gold pieces, okay.
Nice.
Wow!
I
Oh,
can't
we're
help but
so
think of
rich!
the like. Stop! I'm here to rescue you. Stop resisting.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
Break time, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we're gonna take a quick break. See you guys in a bit.
Yeah, see you in a minute.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Before we went to break, the group had a combat encounter with a group of sand raiders that decided, these guys are easy prey, and they learned the very hard way that these guys are not easy prey. They killed a few, another few got away, and they got two more
Captured.
shirts. Sitting next to the remnants of the bonfire.
Yeah.
Shadara is like busy tying up the camels. Alright, I don't know what you guys want to do with those two assheads, but if
Ask
you
of
guys
you,
are
they
ready, I
attack-
am.
They attacked
I'm
your
pre-
goods. What do you want to do with them?
I mean, I think they pretty much learned their lesson to not mess with me and mercenaries I hire, because mercenaries I hire are worth their money. Are they not? As he looks at the two raiders on the ground, eating dust and sand. One of them just nods his head. Like the one, yeah, both of them are really fucking hurt. Like
Yeah.
bruises, cut skin.
Insight check. Do they look sincere when they answer him?
Insight check, yeah, sure.
I want to check it too.
Terrified to death.
Oh, god damn it. 7.
Ooh, I rolled better.
I rolled really bad.
16.
16. Yeah, they look pretty much sincere.
Right.
Right. Well,
Well,
You-
we could
you-
just
you-
tie him up and leave him here.
They would die.
they will die.
Eh,
Just let them go.
There's no reason to kill them here.
Put your lesson right, and I give
Yeah,
like one of
true.
them like a small bump.
he yelps and yeah, we learned our lesson.
Yeah,
Please-
and if you don't, I'll just
Let's
shoot
go.
another. I'll just shoot another spout of dust at you.
or
Kids.
even like.
Give you a
blow
warning
him
though.
up.
If we ever come across you again, we won't be so nice. So
Yeah. Oh, also, is there like any leader out there we should be wary of?
yeah, are there
Um,
any more?
Yeah.
Well, there were the 8 of us.
That
I
was
see.
all.
And there are probably more, but we're not affiliated. It's not like we have a running guild around here.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, good to know.
That's good. Now, scram. Go home to your wife and kids and tell them you're ashamed of what you did.
I'll tell them.
And I
You even have a wife and kid.
and I say, next time I see you, you'll end up like this, and I like nudge my foot into the pile of jello on the floor.
That's disgusting.
Yes, it is.
You get
They
used
both
to it.
just they scramble up and they make their way through the sands in a general direction some of their companions went. All right. I hope you guys have had your fun, but I think we've wasted enough time of the night. So I suggest we start trekking.
Yeah, let's
is,
go.
Is it okay if I sit like on the back of a cart to get a breather for
Yeah.
a bit? Because
Same
I'm
here.
not doing too good.
I'm wiping like the blood off my face and
Yeah, sure.
bandage
That is
my
not a
wounds.
problem. That is what the carts are for, you know,
Okay.
to lighten the load of walking every single fucking day.
Mm,
Cork kind of looks around. You guys are hurt? Huh.
just a tad.
Well, you did a lot of fighting, so.
Yeah, to be fair, I hurt myself more than others did in this fight, so.
Well,
Wouldn't be too cocky, friend. I've heard stories of you going down as well.
I didn't mean to be cocky.
And yet
You
you were.
were. You were, very much so.
I'm not cocky, I'm ballsy. Ballsy.
Alright, and on that note, giddy up! As he smacks the reins on the front camel and the caravan starts
fair enough.
moving. Oh, for realsies though, the very last roll, hopefully, of the travel. Let's just go back to the top where it all started. You gave us the dune. No, you gave us the caravan at the very start, Silmoira. So what can you give us now with a D20
The
roll?
only
Oh.
non-combat encounter, right?
Yeah, that was the only non-combat encounter you rolled so
So
far.
18.
18. That
that's good.
used to be the dune mimic.
Oh,
At some point, that
We've
was the Doom.
we've already had that though.
Mhm.
Right. So probably 2 more days of travel go by. Nothing really happening. See, like sometimes during your watches, you see like some creatures flying over, but nothing too crazy or particular. Somewhere partway through your third night, you see very far in the distance. You can already almost make out the obsidian tower as it's a very large structure. You're not really sure if it's the obsidian tower or be something else. But Shadara explains like this is a building like close to 500-600 feet tall. It's immense. Like no one is really sure how Ahanis the Elder Dragon managed to build it that tall, but he did it. Um, as you're traveling, you hear this pushing noise as you look up and you see this bright shining object
oh,
rushing through the sky. Maybe a couple of miles north of you, you hear like this crashing noise as something impacts the earth loudly.
let's
Is it
go.
is it on the
Yeah.
roof?
Shadara at the front of the caravan goes like, "Ah, you don't see that every night, falling stars so close to the earth."
I
Let's go
want
check
to
it
have a
out.
look.
Yeah.
Might be something interesting. If it, I don't know what it is, but could be worth something.
Could be. Maybe it houses alien creatures. Who knows?
Ooh.
Get to fight
Maybe
some more.
Yeah.
I sure hope not. This travel has cost me years of my life so far.
does this happen more often?
No, this is the first time I'm seeing it. I've heard some stories of strange rocks crashing in the desert, but it doesn't happen often to be noteworthy.
Hmm. Anyway, let's giddy
Is
up.
it like a meteor or whatever?
Let's
Yeah,
go.
the only thing is that it
It
was
looked like it.
colored a lot, so it might
Yeah, it was
be,
shining.
yeah, that others will be going there as well, so we have
Yeah,
to be
so
careful.
and we need to be quick.
Yes.
Let's go.
All right. Make way northward, and it is actually like 2 or 3 miles, so it actually takes you about up to half an hour to an hour to actually get there. But as you get there, you like crest this ridge because a huge crater has been created on impact, like probably 200 feet across. But that at the center, you see like this rather like the size of a football, maybe a little bit bigger, completely black obsidian rock
Ooh,
resting in the center.
shiny.
Can I see anyone else on the side of the crater?
Make a perception check.
Oh, crap.
11.
11. You don't see any movement. Most wildlife that might have been near probably was scared by the crash. You do see that like the rock is emitting a faint kind of smoke as it's still smoldering hot as it crashed into the sand. Like the crater you're standing on, like part of the sand has been turned into glass. Like the sides are very slippery and jagged. So getting to the center, you probably have to be very careful not to cut yourself on anything.
I mean, I'm pretty dexterous.
General,
I can probably.
I can send in the automatron. Probably even safer, right?
I mean, I'm pretty dexterous.
I mean, if you're willing to risk it, sure. But I mean, I'm just saying we don't have.
I'll follow him then.
Yeah, that's might be a good idea.
The automaton like on front, he has to be careful not to slip and fall as well, but like the pieces of glass that he's stepping on just crack underneath his weight, turning them to in fine pulverized dust.
Nice.
But
Ooh,
you can pretty easily follow him actually.
yeah, I scoop up a nice bag full of the dust, glass
All right.
dust. That will come in later for a bomb.
Oh my god. All right. Without really any issue, you can actually make it to the center of the impact crater. And as you're like standing up close to it, like it is a little bit bigger than a football, as you expected, and but it seems to be solid, like almost weirdly smooth.
Ooh,
Can I poke it with my staff?
careful.
You can.
Well, not too
Yeah.
hard, just like tap it, see if something happens.
Yeah. Can I check
Give it
to
the
see
old
if
tap.
I want to check to see if I know what it's made of.
Make a nature check.
I wanna. While she's doing that, I wanna ready my ritual identify magical object spell.
All right.
That will take 10 minutes.
A
So.
15.
With a 15, looking over it, the smoothness, it almost looks hand carved, but it also could be like as it has been traveling through the air, like air resistance, just heat just melted it to like this perfect smooth surface. But it does seem to be made of pure black obsidian.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Does something happen when I touch it?
As you
No,
poke it, it just feels hard.
Can I
That's
hold my
pretty
hand
sad.
close and feel if it's warm?
As you like, you don't touch it, but you feel like the hairs on the back of your hand just singeing away a little bit with the heat that's emanating from it.
Okay, so it's still super hot. Okay.
Yeah.
That's my identify, like playing up something.
As your identify plings up, like the normal magical things you have in your party light up, of course, as usual. The meteorite itself doesn't light up with magical energy.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems to be like a regular meteorite, guys.
Okay, but it's made out of obsidian, which could be worth
Still
something.
pretty valuable, yeah.
Yeah. Is there no cracks from the impact, like it's cracking away at something, so we can like?
Make an investigation check.
Oh, that I'm good at those. 17.
Trying not to touch it, like maybe dig underneath it a little bit. You do notice that there is like the faintest of cracks, a little bit on like where it impacted the sand on the bottom. And as you like bury underneath it a little bit, trying to not sink it back into the sand again, you do see like this faint, almost crystal-like shimmer within it.
I want to take out my crowbar, and I want to pop it in the crack that I saw, and give it a good yank.
Make a strength check.
Wait.
Yes, I did.
Still,
Huh?
what are you doing?
Breaking it open, I saw something shiny.
Ooh, shiny.
Alright, go ahead then.
I do not have my mutagen. I do not have my mutagen because I took a short rest on the cart. So.
It's been a couple of days already, so you probably
Okay, so
took your
I've taken it.
mutagen.
Okay.
Cork is
Strength.
still a few steps away from the thing.
That is a 15.
15?
No, sorry, 16. Because it's
16.
Yeah. It was an 11.
You wrench your crowbar in it and you start putting weight on it, and you hear faint cracks push through, and your crowbar snaps as it heated up, but the strength you were putting on it wasn't enough to completely crack open the obsidian stone.
Okay, fuck.
Wow, this seems to be like very hot inside. Something Very powerful.
It seems to be that the outer shell is more hot than the inner shell, maybe.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Maybe we can let it cool off and crack it open when it's cooled, maybe.
How much water rations do we have left?
I have
Yeah, wait.
bits.
Can we make like a small hole and put water in it and then roll it in?
Like, how big is this thing actually? Like, how many feet across?
Well, it's like a bit
Um,
bigger than a football,
More
right?
than
it's
football.
slightly bigger than a football, so
Oh.
it's about a foot
Okay.
in
Not that-
Not
diameter.
super
not
massive.
that big. Okay.
I mean, dig a hole, create some water, and then roll it in to cool it down.
Yeah, and if you then cool it, then am I intelligent enough to know this? Nope.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Hold on, maybe
I'm
I
not-
know.
Surface tension.
Oh, 21! I rolled a natural 20. Yes, I know this. With temperature differentiation, if it goes from super hot to super cold super fast, it can crack. Because of the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Science!
it is worth a shot, yes.
Yeah. Hakan, can you create water?
I can.
Okay, please do
Right,
so
I'm
on
gonna
the thing.
start to dig a hole, like a little bit next to the where
Yeah.
it lays, if I
Yeah.
can. There's mass in the
Uh,
way, I'll try to break it first, but
wait a second. You
don't tell me
mean?
you don't have it prepared.
Yeah, I do, but
I have holy water. Maybe that works.
I need to look at my
Holy
cantrips
I mean,
first.
at best would be to submerge it, but
Yeah.
Well, if you can also like throw it over, so that it flows over its to all sides.
All the stuff I have just heats
We
up.
still have probably about a week more of water in the casks on one of the carts.
Alright, I have
We have someone who can make water.
I have create or destroy water.
We're
Yeah.
also like half a day travel away from the city, right?
Yeah, probably 3 more days or so.
Yes, so don't waste it. Just
okay. So
let our magic man make it.
yeah, after I've dig the hole, I'll try to like push it in with my foot.
I will,
You like
create
the bottom, like the bottom of your heel, like kind of gets stuck to it for a moment as it's melting, just the slightest as you pull it away again. But you do.
Yeah, I'm trying to like
manage.
tap push it.
Yeah.
I can create 10 gallons of clean water within range in an open container. Does this whole count as an open container? I assume so. Yes.
Sure.
Or do we want a container where we then drop it into the hole?
Nah.
The whole counts as an open container. Someone's lungs don't, by the way.
I mean, I don't want to waterboard anyone.
I've read the stories.
I'm against war crimes.
But someone's hole does count as an open container. Interesting.
I mean, if you want a waterboard, you just need a very large, called like a very large funnel, and you you just put it in their mouth.
Guys, can we just get back to the meteorite?
I will throw create or destroy water on the.
Right, so you roll this stone over into the hole, and the crack is now on top, and you all see like this crystalline shimmer inside it. You create the 10 gallons of water like right on top of it. Immediately, steam starts erupting from it, and the water gets to a boil before it simmers. You hear like this very loud as
Nice.
the meteorite just completely splits in half across
Science.
the tear that was already in there. Now
Because manual.
shimmering in the water, which is still steaming a little bit. You see like this very robust, not cut at all, diamond.
Ooh.
Deal.
Diamond.
That's the biggest
Give me that.
diamond
Give me
I've
that.
seen.
I go reach for the diamond.
Wait,
That's what I needed.
It's still in boiling water. I don't know if you.
As you stick your hand in the water, you take 6 fire damage.
I'm a fire druid. What is this shit?
But you put your hand in, like it sears your skin for a moment. Pull it out, and you have like this chunk of a diamond clutched in your fist.
All right,
Wait,
just what I needed.
Wait,
And
the
I stick it
diamond
in my
breaks?
pocket.
Needed for what?
Wait a
That's
minute.
expensive.
Did you just say that the
No.
diamond breaks? Wait, what?
No, the obsidian
Broke.
around it of the meteorite cracked, and in the center of it was the diamond.
Yeah, but I thought you said Hakan like broke off a chunk.
Oh, no, he grabbed the chunk. He grabbed like the diamond chunk on the rock.
Oh.
All right, kids.
Oh, he,
I
he
will- I
can't
will-
break diamonds with his bare hands, man.
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. Surface tension is good, but it's not that good.
I mean,
I will explain you guys something. Have you ever known of the spell called Revivify?
The name sort of gives me an idea of what it does,
Yes.
but
Well, I need a
No.
diamond for this to work, but if one of you dies, and within if it was less than a minute ago, then I can return you to life.
that's a
Unless you-
good
well,
deal.
Well, unless you died of old age, but you know,
Eh,
the only one who's gonna die of old age is me, probably. So
Is that
Still a
this
while
fair,
ago.
old
wait,
man?
what is that supposed to mean?
I don't know. I can't. You can't revive me anyways. It doesn't matter.
I think he means that he is probably the closest to old age.
Oh, I
Yes.
know. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought he meant that we were all gonna die violently before we get old.
I mean, really,
well,
my goal.
yeah,
I mean, as mercenaries, there is a good chance that actually might happen.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
really.
Unless you want to like
Realistically,
retire and start a garden for
if I
yourself.
become
or
a
something.
if I become a very very good druid, then you know you gain some primal magic that causes you to age more slowly.
Huh.
But I'll probably be dead by then because I'm really not that strong right now. And I'm talking about
You're
like these
fine,
arms
old
you
man.
get to do this kind of stuff.
I mean,
Relax, you're fine, old man.
Yeah.
I saw you do your
If you
thing
can still
on the
travel a
ridge.
month through the desert, you're fine.
Yeah. I saw you do your thing with the ridge, so
Yes, but that's blowing things up.
I mean,
Anyway, and I look at the scorch marks on my hand and I just cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Nice.
Uh,
Is it okay if I take the gemstones, the obsidian? Because this is a lot. This is a big chunk.
Yes.
What
we're
do you even
sending-
do
This
with
can be
obsidian?
We're
worth,
bringing all of it, the
Yeah,
diamond
yeah,
and the
yeah.
obsidian.
but
Yes, yes.
we're gonna sell the obsidian, right?
yeah, we can sell the obsidian because I know that like a small one can be worth like 10 gold pieces, and this is a giant chunk.
Wow,
So this can be worth a lot.
that's pretty good.
To be fair, I think about 1,000 gold pieces just flew down from the sky.
That's
I also think that we might have to make sure that we start traveling again,
yeah.
or someone else notices that 1,000 gold pieces fell from the sky.
And it might also be a good idea to try and erase our tracks behind us.
Yeah.
That also seems like a good idea, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna try and start like picking out pieces out of the water, if it's not too hot at least.
Yeah. Picking up obsidian chunks.
By this time, it cooled down properly. Like most of the water has evaporated, but you can take out the chunks.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Nice.
How? Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Oh yeah, how much did we get in total?
Yeah.
You can make whoever wants to check the value can make an intelligence check for me.
Ooh, I'll do it.
Rolls a 1.
Would be
Uh,
amazing.
do I have any like advantage by any chance?
Did you
If
actually
if
roll a
if
1?
if you have proficiency with jewelers kits, yeah, you can add proficiency, but otherwise no.
I have proficiency with thieving tools.
Uh,
Basically
no.
the same.
That's not the same.
All right, that's still 15.
Cooks utensils.
Okay, well, with a 15, that's a decent enough roll. Looking over, the diamond is quite of a hefty size and would probably be worth around 500 gold pieces.
Holy.
Wow.
The
That's
obsidian
the one
chunks.
Hakan has now,
Yeah, I
right?
wouldn't use
Yes.
that on a revivify. Unless you absolutely have to.
Unless it's an emergency, I can
Yeah.
trade it for a weaker.
Well, we can have it cut.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cut it to 500.
You can make a helmet out of it.
For
300.
revivify, it has to be a singular diamond.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Of
know,
100
but
gold, right?
but of 100
300.
gold. But if you
300.
if you cut a 500 diamond in 5 equal pieces, then you get 5 diamonds of 100.
Yes, but it needs to be 300.
Oh, 300.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh,
Revivify is 300, and I believe
Oh, we can cut off 2.
resurrection is 500.
Yeah, but yeah, we can cut off like one piece and then.
yeah. Okay,
Well,
never mind.
We'll see you
Yes.
when we get there.
The obsidian also totals to a value of about 500 gold.
Okay.
Impressive.
Ah.
Yeah, let's keep moving.
Right.
Can you make anything good with obsidian?
Yeah.
No.
Jewelry.
Well,
Blades.
with a chunk like this, you
Maybe weapon.
I don't think you can make armor out of it, but
make a
there's
weapon out of
probably
it.
enough here to maybe make a blade or arrowheads or jewelry.
I remember an elven priest with an obsidian blade somewhere. It was very sharp.
If it what? It's really just a sharp blade. It doesn't do anything else.
Anyway, shall we get going before
Yeah.
someone
Yes,
finds us?
I figured we were talking and moving at the same
okay,
time.
okay.
Oh yeah.
But how are we disposing of our tracks? Does anyone have like a wind cantrip that they can use or something?
Let me check.
Let me check as well.
To like blow away the sand.
Thunderclap?
I think that attracts more attention.
Yeah, no.
I can I can create a rough patch of brambles using an entangle spell, but I don't think that is exactly going to remove tracks.
No.
We should just keep moving then.
Yeah.
Does Druidcraft do anything in this regard, actually?
Very good question. Let me read up on Druidcraft. Oh, not Minecraft. Let's see. Whispering to the spirits. Tiny harmless sensory effects that predicts what weather will be at your location. The effects might manifest as a gold orb, blah blah blah. Instantly make a flower bed. Sensory effects. You can create puffs of wind.
Yeah, but that's probably not enough to extract.
But it's not. It's a cantrip. It's not gonna be strong enough.
The effect must fit in a 5-foot cube.
Yeah.
It's gonna take 5 years before we actually
Yeah.
wipe out all tracks.
Right, then I would suggest if no one can cover the tracks that we will get some of the tent flaps maybe and just drag them over the sand and hope
that's a good
the
idea.
winds will do the rest.
Yeah.
Maybe we can tie it behind the last cart and it will erase the wheel tracks as well probably.
Yeah, good idea.
Sure.
Right. Guys, finish that up and continue your travels onwards. After a good couple of miles, Jadara stops the caravan again, unties the tent flaps, thinking, yeah, this has probably been enough tracking. But looking at the moon, at the stars, making sure that you guys are on the right track again to continue your journey. And fairly late, your second night of travel after that, on the 21st day of your travels. So it's been exactly 3 weeks, actually. You start seeing like what first was like a speck on the horizon, like a very, very small speck. you start seeing this immense obsidian structure just towering in the distance over the desert. And as you get closer and closer to it, this structure it reaches to the heavens. It's immensely high. You start noticing tracks of other caravans that probably went in and out of the city. You might have missed by like a couple of 100 feet south or northward of you, going in different directions. And fairly early in the morning, as the sun has already risen, you crest the hilltop and you're looking at this immense city getting you any of you have ever seen during your travels. Some of the houses, like closer to the edge, like closer to you, are a little bit ramshackled. They're not very luxurious houses, but they're houses nonetheless, and people are living there. You see, like small smacks of people just roaming around between the houses. You see some houses that are made out of marble near the center. You see houses made of wood, regular stone, just anything people were able to bring in either through trade or through other things, like they brought themselves on their travels, on their fleeing, whatever they could find, was brought in to build these houses.
We built
And
this city. Sorry.
and you've been to Fort Empirus, which is probably one of the biggest cities on the archipelago, and since then, this is like a lot bigger. And Shadara goes like, "All right, it looks like we have safely made it."
Well
Do we
done.
need to escort you into the city to your destination, or
I mean, we can travel like the little distance a bit further, but I think maybe for both our goods, it is not a bad idea to handle the last pieces of our business here and go our separate ways. Not that I do not want to be associated with you or you associated with me. Yeah, I think it is the better resolution of our travels. Yeah.
Alright.
That's fair enough. Wait, do you actually know someone who would be interested in, the stuff we collected?
Particularly in the city, I think there are pretty sure there are a few jewelers cutters. I think basically anything you can think of, except maybe a very well-equipped magic shop, you can find within the city. I'm not even sure about a shop selling magic items. Maybe a random stranger has some. But I can point you to a couple of taverns. You can ask around. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
if you want to earn either an honest or dishonest living, I can point you in whatever direction you desire. Talking about honest living, this is for you. He rummages through some packages, pulls out 3 pouches, like 500 gold pieces in each pouch. The 1500 gold pieces we have agreed on upon safe arrival.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Pleasure doing business with you as well.
Glad that we actually were worth your investment.
In either you attract trouble or this was a very unlucky journey, and if this was a very unlucky journey, I was happy to have you.
Well, we probably attract trouble, really. Let's be very serious here.
Yeah. But you'll
mean,
probably
listen,
be a lot safer without us.
Listening to your stories during the campfires and what you have seen so far, I think you guys attract trouble, yes.
I mean, some of it's our fault, some of it isn't.
We
Really,
plan, we get there, all hell breaks loose.
But to be fair, it was entertaining.
Yeah.
Oh
It
yeah.
was very entertaining, yes, indeed. But I think I'm gonna retire for a little bit longer than I was planning to. I have to conclude some business. I have to disappoint someone at the Obsidian Tower that he will not be safekeeping a brass wormling.
I.
Hmm.
Yes. Good luck
Um,
with that.
yeah, that is going to be very interesting indeed. But if you are looking for more work, I am always hiring mercenaries for my travels through the desert. But I think you guys want to stay a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if we were to look for you, where do you most likely stay?
And how long will you
Uh,
stay for?
How long I will stay is going to be very dependent on what my next contract will entail and when I will have got rid of my current load. But if you are really looking for me, I will be staying under the residence of Baldur. He is the leader of the House of Dragons, one of the guilds here in town. If you are there to come look for me, be warned that my name there shall be Winds of Winter and not Jadara, because Buldar is a brother of a man you well know,
Oh
Jellicoe.
no.
Michael's
Isn't-
brother, god damn it.
He is not as a psychopath as Michael is.
Oh,
He is
okay.
actually the more friendly of the two. He is, however, leader of a guild here in town. There are three. There is the House of Scorpions, the House of Eagles, the House of Dragons. These three, well, there is a technical leader here in town, a fire giant named Kova. It is these three guilds that basically run the city. So if you get in trouble,
House of Scorpions, Dragons, and
Eagles.
Eagle. What was the name of the city again?
The city is Arcona.
Arcona.
Oh yeah, Arcona.
Arcona.
And you were gonna say something about a leader of.
The leader of the town is a fire giant named Kova. However, he is more of a figurehead than an actual leader. It is basically the three guilds that run town. They are always looking for people to do their dirty work or their less dirty work. Honest and both honest and dishonest living can be found here in town, depending on what you look for.
Okay.
Right.
But if you're looking for a place to stay, to get settled before you go do your thing, I would suggest the Titan of Cinders. It is a tavern in town, probably closest located to the Obsidian Tower. It's run by a friend of mine, Ignatius. He can probably settle you in for a short while, point you in the right directions.
Right.
Ignatius Tavern Keep. Okay.
Titans of Cinder?
Yes, the tavern.
It's a little bit of a joke name because of there is also a temple in town to Jormund, the Titan of Cinders, one of the knights of Malice gods. Is more of an advertisement stunt than actual worship. Ignatius does not care for religion, but other people do, and it gets him customers.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. I wait, the payment was like 100 gold pieces each, right?
No, 300.
No.
300.
100 to begin with, and 300 extra upon completion.
Right. So then I pay off all my debt.
No, you don't.
Yes, I
No,
do.
you'd still have to pay off 660.
Yeah,
No.
like 200,
Yes.
240 is to me.
Yeah, 215 to Hakan, 280 to the party
No,
fund.
115. 115 to Hakan.
215.
No, 115.
No,
50 to QX.
215.
Nope, 115.
No.
I
I
have
have
it
I have
written
it
here.
in my notes 3 times.
I have 215 as well.
Yeah.
I think he might have paid off 100 gold
Yeah,
upon
I
the
already paid off.
first payment of 500.
Oh yeah, then that's fine. All right.
Yeah, I think he did as
No.
well.
No.
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
did.
no. You paid off 25 to me, 25 to Akira, 25 to Quake,
Right.
and 25 to Hakan. But you still,
So
but Hakan lent you
No.
240 in total. So you've just
Oh
paid
yeah.
off
That's
25
fine. That's how I
because
got it.
I lent you 50 and you already paid me 25 back.
Right.
Yeah.
we
Okay.
can get into money statistics later.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. I'll pay off.
It's okay.
Yeah, we'll do it after
We can do
do
this after.
Yeah, sure.
This is
I'll
more
try to
fun.
pay off as much as I can.
Not fun to
Uh,
watch.
but, I shall bid you guys a good stay. And if you're looking for more work, you can always find me. And I hope you get into less trouble. Maybe it's a good name for you, Trouble Seekers. Maybe it's not. Maybe people don't want to pay trouble seekers. Who knows? But maybe in the right circumstances. Who knows?
We'll think of something.
Yeah.
Have to advertise yourself, people.
Maybe trouble magnets.
And on that note,
Yeah.
he starts leading his caravan like to more southern parts of town, leaving you guys on the Dune Hill. What do you wish to do?
Yeah, go into town.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I
Let's go
think
town.
looking for that tavern because I'd rather want to sleep in a good bed for the night.
Oh yes, finally. A normal bed.
As you're walking through town, you can clearly see that there's like a differentiation between old and new. Especially, there's like a clear division from when this was basically a normal town built around the Obsidian Tower, and when it became very large refugee camp. Basically, like houses on the outside are made of whatever people could bring in and whatever materials coin could buy at the moment. When you get closer to the center of town, actual buildings have been built. Most of them out of wood and stone. Some of them have been made with cut marble. Even see like a singular building that has like cut obsidian pillars. Probably someone with way too much money living there. Most of the town, depending on where the sun stands, is completely engulfed by shadow of the Obsidian Tower. And as you're now so close to it, structure is indeed like 600-700 feet tall, but it's also 200-400 feet in diameter.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah, it has a very it's like it's not really a cylinder, but it's going inward a little bit. Like the base is very thick,
Like a cone.
but yeah, a bit like a cone. And as it's going up, it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But asking around a little bit, like you see numerous races. You see bugbears, half orcs, orcs, humans, elves, dwarves, a couple of Yuan-Ti, dragonborn, lizard folk. Basically anything you can think of, you see walking around here. You see people
Besides
looking.
me.
See some elven people, but no Eladrin.
Would be
At least
surprised.
during your first walk through town, it is a very busy city. Like there are numerous small market squares where people are trying to sell wares. Um,
Are any minotaurs?
you see a couple, yeah.
Oh, cool.
You also see you see like numerous bestial races as well. You see elephant people. You see cat folk like Shadara. You see some dog folk. Um, Basically most things you can think of. You see some are dressed in very rich clothing. Some of them are like in very poor clothing as well, like any clothing at all. You see people that have visibly fought in battles and war, like they lost limbs. It basically looks like it's free men and women on his own here. There is trade, but most people here are harmonized in the fact that refugees. They got away from conflict, they got away from slavery, and is a visible factor within the people and within the buildings and within the city itself. But you ask around a little bit, and some folk can send you in the right direction. So you get like fairly close to the Obsidian Tower. You're pretty sure like 1 or 2 blocks away from it. You come to this fairly decent looking tavern. There are like big stained glass windows in front with like a fire pattern made onto it. Cat is messing with my blinds. See these very nice fire pattings. There is this big sign on top of the door that is like a painting of a big steel helmet that says Titan of Cinders on it. 3 stories high, mostly built of white limestone rocks. Some wood textures here and there. And it looks open, so you walk in. And inside, it is mostly the same coloration as outside, except because of the shadow of the Obsidian Tower and the sun like hitting the front windows, there's this faint red shimmer that flows through the tavern. There are benches on the sides with like red leather carved over it. Some tables, there's a dance floor. It's actually quite roomy. There are a few people enjoying their breakfast. And behind the bar, you see this very jovial young man. Bald head, except there seems to be like occasionally some hair catching up from it. White, orange skin, barely any clothing on except for like pants and bretelles. You recognize him as a fire genasi.
Oh, okay.
Ignatius, now I get the name.
And
Wow.
as you walk in, he greets you. Hello, friends. I see.
there.
Yes,
I just
hello, come in.
I just kind of look confused. I'm like, who the fuck is this?
Hey there, hot stuff.
Ah, this one makes jokes. I like it. Yes. Come in, come in. You look like new faces. Can I offer you breakfast? Can I offer you something to drink? You look exhausted. Have you been traveling through the night or something?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello? Why are we here again? Actually, I forgot.
To sleep. We've been sleeping in tents for a month. I want a bed.
The name Winds
you've
of
been-
Winter ring any bell?
No, it does not.
Oh.
He sent us here. You're Ignatius, are you?
Yes, I am. You can call me Iggy if you want.
Oh, Iggy. Ah.
You kids have it easy. All you want to do is sleep in this bed. Back in my day, we just had to sleep on the floor.
Right.
Know that we've been
Yes.
traveling like all night, right?
I mean, you're welcome to rent a floor here as well in a room.
Was it cheaper?
No.
Then it's not worth it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we can rent a room and you can just sleep under my bed or next to my bed. Be like my puppy dog for the night.
I'm not interested in being your puppy dog lady.
Okay.
That's
Can I
also
offer
a
you,
good
can I
point.
offer you breakfast? Can I offer you something to
Yes,
drink? Can I
please.
offer
Yes,
you...
please.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
we're starving.
As long
All
as
of the
there's
things.
nothing like dried or in it, and it has like been decently cooked and
Give me. We want your wettest breakfast, your moistest
yeah,
breakfast.
yeah.
sounds
the
very
most
interesting,
juice.
but
Yeah,
I
we've
can
been
come
in-
up with something.
Yeah,
Sure.
we've been in the
Yes.
desert for a month, so everything was dried and preserved and.
Who you've been traveling with then, or are you
He-
traveling on your
Oh
own?
no,
Just on your own.
with Winds of Winter, he yeah.
It's not a name that sounds familiar, to be
If
honest.
it isn't
Tabaxi
familiar, then
merchant.
it's fine. Yeah, he's a merchant that.
The Baxi with a pet panther named Pookie.
Oh wait, yes, I know that name. But no, that's not Winds of Winter. His name is Shadara, right?
Yes.
Well,
Oh,
But well,
yes.
he said everybody knew him by Winds of Winter here, so I don't know.
his alias.
He's a
Who
very
knew
good
that
friend.
they were the same guy? What?
He is a very good friend of mine. I'm only messing with you. I knew who you were talking to about when you said Winds of Winter.
Fuck.
Yes, but
I see.
he
You make
prefers.
jokes too.
Yes,
funny.
yes, but he prefers Shadara within merchant circles, except for those he
Ah.
decides to
Yeah,
share an alias with.
He
Fair.
told.
Winds of Winter is his alias, but I personally know him as Shadara.
Okay.
But wet breakfast coming up, no problem.
Yes.
Yes.
Is Wet Breakfast another one of your friends or not?
I like this
It's another
man. He make-
Genasi or another Tabaxi.
Oh no, it's actually my sister. She's a water genasi.
Ah, okay.
Ah,
No, it's not. I only have fire genasi in my family. But wet breakfast is coming right up.
Very, very nice.
I've got a question. Are your parents Genasi as well, or are you like actually like the son of a Jinn?
That is a very interesting question. I am not discussing that with strangers. Thank you very much. Wet breakfast is coming right up.
Yes.
I wonder.
I sit down at a table. I just
So I'm pretty
walk
sure
around.
genies are water related. If you I think you're asking about Ifriti, right? Yes, wet breakfast coming right up.
I
As he,
Yes.
as he walks into the kitchen.
imagine like the whole party like sighing and like sitting down like in a row at the bar like.
I see like the end scene of the first Avengers movie where they're all sitting around the table eating shawarma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little moment later, he comes out with like fruits, like fresh fruits, grapes, apples, mangoes.
Oh,
Some meats not cured but freshly baked. Some beef that I mean, you think it's beef, looks like beef, tastes like beef a little bit. Still running red a little bit.
yes.
But it's probably the best you've eaten in about a month. Brings out some water. He brings out some freshly squeezed fruit juices. Who you're not really certain what kind of fruits are in there, but it tastes good. It's refreshing.
Oh, thank you.
Ah.
Thank you.
Nice.
This
Not a
is
problem at
amazing.
all. Not a problem at all. Not to worry. Not to worry.
Do you also still have rooms available?
Yes, I do actually have a couple rooms. Yes, not a problem.
Alright.
Each individual or.
Yeah.
We can. I mean, we can double up.
Yeah, I've been sleeping in a tent with you guys for a month. I don't mind sharing.
I would like my own personal space.
Very well.
Sure.
All right, so that is 4 rooms for you.
Sure.
Yes.
If I am counting correctly.
Not
One-
free.
One for the Minotaur, one for you two, one for you two.
Yeah,
That's 3
probably, yep.
rooms.
That's 3 rooms. I cannot count. I was trying to make you overpay. Yes. No, you're friends of Shadara. I would not make you overpay.
Sure.
You really are a comedian. Ah,
Can I
see.
do like an
Yeah.
insight check on him?
Sure.
Guy's shady as fuck.
Yeah.
Telling you.
It's a 9. Never mind.
He looks jovial and honest.
Cork,
I just dropped my dice. Be right back.
How long are you planning to stay? Are we going to make you guys have a tab, or are we going to do day by day payment?
good question.
I don't know what you can do here. You know, if there's not much you can do, then you.
I mean, there is a lot to do. There are guilds here in town that offer jobs, mercenary guilds, relic seeker guilds.
We'll probably stay in town for at least a little bit.
Yeah,
So,
Shall we say
Maybe-
shall we say a week for now?
yeah.
sure.
And then we'll
And we
see
can
after.
always prolong it after.
All right, so that is a week of stay. You will pay up front, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, week of stay, so that's 7 days, 3 rooms.
3 rooms.
Times. Let's with the breakfast included. Let's make it for now 60 gold pieces.
Okay. Sure, we can take that out of the party fund, right?
No,
Yeah,
we
I'm
don't
not
have
paying
enough.
anything until I pay.
We
the
only have
contract.
49 in the party fund.
Then we'll do the 49 from the party fund and I'll pay the rest.
Oh, generous. Thank you.
Sure.
It's 11. It's not too bad.
I would pay, but yeah.
That's fine.
When you're in debt.
This feels way too realistic.
The bank's gonna foreclose on your shit now, kid.
Yeah.
Paid for a week of stay, 3 rooms, and breakfast. I like jotted down somewhere in a book.
Thank you very much. Here are your room keys.
Do you exchange money, silver for gold?
No, but there is a bank in town that can do that for you if you want to.
Alright.
Fair enough.
Oh,
Are there any exchange fees or not?
Maybe. Mostly when I have to exchange my money, I do it in bulk, and most of the time when you come with bulk money, they don't really ask exchange costs.
I usually just melt it down.
Not sure what they will do with small amounts. I'm not sure how many coins you have on you.
Yeah.
We
Not
have a lot of
enough.
silver.
Not yeah, but silver's meh.
yeah. I'd say we probably need to, like, if we're gonna stay.
I mean, like a little bit of spare silver is fine, but 500?
Yeah, that's
That's kind of overkill.
I would suggest not screaming too loud how much money you have in your pocket. We are in Arcona after all. We are in a city of refugees, and not only refugees of war or slavery, but refugees of war, of crime as well.
fair enough.
I mean, so refugees of
My
crime
other
are gonna rob us, or what are you just saying now? It doesn't make any sense.
Just
Let's just
don't
say
shout
not-
how much money you have.
Yeah, can
Yes,
I take
exactly.
the gold pouch that I have at the moment and put it
I
like
don't even
deep
know
in
how
my
much
backpack?
money I have.
I want to put it like deep in my backpack so it's not easy to just
Sure.
like
I
snatch.
can if you like come to my room, I can exchange a bit of it later.
Ooh.
Because
Yeah.
I
No,
might be.
I was talking about the party fund.
Oh yeah, but I mean he accepts silver as payment. I guess.
I mean, it's technically
Yeah.
only 4 gold,
No.
400 silver.
Yeah, that's
100 silver is 40
40
gold.
gold.
Oh, I thought 100
Nope.
silver was 1 gold.
10.
Okay.
10 silver is 1 gold.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So we
However-
could have paid for it by the party fund.
Mm, no, right?
Yeah. Because how much is in the party fund?
How much gold did you get? We had 49 in the party fund gold.
49
And there's-
gold.
49 gold and
Yeah.
489.
Yeah,
or
so that's
89
40
silver.
more gold. So you could have paid the extra 11 in silver.
I mean, we can still do that. That's fine.
Right, so that's 49 gold pieces and 110 silver pieces.
Yes.
I wanna ask something quickly. Doesn't have to do anything with the gold situation, but you said there's like a large shadow from the spire, right?
Yeah.
So that means there's probably like a lot of bats, right?
Oh no. No, Gort!
Not in particular, no. Actually,
No bats!
maybe within the tower itself, but
Yeah,
out
fair
here
enough.
we are. It's not like we are living in caves or anything. I don't have bats in my attic. I mean, shadow does not equal bats, you know.
Not necessarily, but it helps.
I mean, if you're looking for bats, there are many caves you can explore around the city. Just ask one of the relic seeker guilds or something if you can.
Ah,
Oh, no.
interesting.
Oh, no.
Cork writes something down in its notebook.
Oh boy.
Well, if any of you would have looked over like his shoulder, you would have seen like a sentence like glass powder plus bad guano question mark.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
You guys look exhausted. I hope you enjoy breakfast, and I will see you probably during the week. I wish you a good day's rest.
Thank you.
Yes.
And as you finish your breakfast, you settle into your rooms. Beds are actually pretty nice here. There are very soft beds. There are pillows just stuffed and stuffed with feathers. Very soft. There are blankets if you wish to, but like very thin. Even though you're like sleeping during the day in the shadow of the obsidian tower. Temperature is still it's acceptable. It's not like extreme heat, but it is warm. But if you're like me, you can't sleep without anything over you, even if it's hot.
Yep.
You get your day's rest, and you made it to Arcona, and that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Yay!
Whew, that was a lot.
It was a
Yeah.
lot, yeah. You made it to the biggest city on the continent.
Oh,
Yeah.
shopping episode.
Oh.
There's so much more to do in this city
Oh
than
my
just shopping.
God.
But before we start trailing off, I want to thank everyone in chat for participating with our new Nightbot. I've seen a lot of random exclamation points and stuff.
Let me
We've
see
actually
what
had
the most used command is now.
we've actually had I think at the top we had like 11 viewers, which is amazing. So I want to thank you all for watching. I want to thank you all for participating. I want to thank my players. For being with me here tonight as well. Every night we play. And let's hope this is going to be an amazing year. It was a great start so far. So if you're watching this on YouTube, by the way, follow us on Twitch. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can find all the links on our Twitch info page or in the YouTube description.
Yeah.
Follow us anywhere you would like. And we will see you all next time in 2 weeks.
Alrighty.
Bye.
Bye!
See ya.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye!